Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Daly. I'm your mayor, and on behalf of the City Commission, let me welcome you to our regularly scheduled commission meeting. And it's great to see everyone here to participate in your local government. I would like at this time to recognize Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox that will introduce our guest that will provide the invocation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is indeed a pleasure to introduce to some of you and to present to others Dr. Judy Mandrell, who is the co-pastor of Life Changers Church. She is also the host of Real Talk with Judy, a weekly radio show. She has agreed to bring our invocation today. Thank you, Dr. Judy Mandrell.
Pastor Mandrell.
We thank you for this day, for bringing here once again together the city of Tallahassee. We pray your presence be in this place. We pray that there be peace and unity amongst this city. Thank you for our city commissioners and our mayor, the people of Tallahassee. We pray that this meeting will be done with clarity and understanding. And we celebrate you tonight. In our sovereign God name we pray. Amen.
Please join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a full commission meeting this evening, so we are going to go ahead and jump right in. Mr. City Manager, do we have any agenda modifications?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do. Items 5.03 and 13.09 were added to your material. Materials were added to items 11.01 and 13.01. Attachments were added to item 11.01 and 13.06. And finally, item 12.01 was updated from its original content to indicate the correct public hearing date.
Excellent. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, so noted. We're going to move right into, do we need a motion to accept the modifications, Mr. City Manager?
No, sir.
Excellent. We're going to move right into presentations. I'm going to ask my colleagues to please join me at the podium down here for 3 special presentations. So in the spirit of unity, I've asked my colleagues to come join me in these proclamations, and actually we're going to share responsibilities because we have 3 very special proclamations to present today. First and foremost, I would like to ask Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox to please come, and I would like to invite the the FAMU athletics and the football team to please come forward to receive a proclamation. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Let's give them a hand as they come. It is indeed a proud Rattler moment that I stand here with this awesome task. It is one that I counted as all joy, and I am so pleased and proud to see this FAMU football team excelling in the classroom, on the gridiron, and in our community.
Absolutely.
Coach Willie Simmons, all the way from Quincy, Florida, my hometown. I've known you probably all of your life. Before you knew yourself. But we're the same age. Oh. So just so you know. It is indeed a pleasure. And young men, let's give these young men another big round of applause. And I know in the audience we also have other members of the Florida A&M University staff. I see Vaughn with his camera. I see Carmen with hers. Y'all just wave. They're here in support. I'm going to read this proclamation. And then we're going to present it to this coach and this staff and these young men. From governing body of the city of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas the Florida A&M University football team traveled to Greensboro, North Carolina to defeat North Carolina A&T University and saw the impact Hurricane Michael had upon those in the Florida Panhandle. And whereas as the team traveled back to Tallahassee after their triumph over North Carolina A&T University, within hours of arriving back in Tallahassee, the players and coaches traveled to help people in Panama City and Gadsden County by delivering water and food, helping remove trees and debris from the street. And whereas head coach Willie Simmons continued to volunteer by taking 2 more trips with his team and coaching staff to assist the Salvation Army and the National Guard in the hardest hit areas and provide assistance in loading water into patrons' cars, serving hot meals, and giving much needed smiles and hugs to those that needed it. And whereas the Florida A&M University football team knows there is still much work to be done and continues to assist the people of Gadsden County. And whereas a recent toy drive for the holiday season provided smiles and cheer to the littlest Floridians still feeling the effects of Hurricane Michael. Now, therefore, he, Mayor John E. Daly, along with his colleagues on the City Commission on this date, January 30th, 2019, do hereby recognize the Florida A&M University football team for their volunteer work during Hurricane Michael recovery. And it is signed by our illustrious mayor, and congratulations. Congratulations. Wow. All right, very good. Trying to stretch them out a little bit. All right. Well, the Marching 100 from the highest of 7 hills. I wish I had more. We are so extremely proud as a community, first of all, to provide a proclamation today for what I think was a historic movement in, where were we?
At the Rose Bowl.
Wait, no. Where were we? Pasadena. I'm waiting on that too. I have it written here,
there, by the way. Okay. But guess what? I was sitting in front of my television. That's as close as I could get to the television, watching you and waiting on you to come by the stand. And there you were. I'm a proud Rattler, so when I saw you, my heart was just like, yeah, that's my school right there. Awesome. So today we pause to recognize your accomplishment through this proclamation. So let me go ahead and read it from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee. Proclamation. Whereas the Florida A&M University Marching Band, known as the Marching 100, has provided unparalleled entertainment since 1946. And whereas under the leadership of former band director William P. Foster, where he revolutionized marching band techniques and reshaped the collegiate marching band. And whereas the Marching 100 has performed at the inaugural parades of President Bill Clinton, Governor Charlie Crist, and President Barack Obama. And whereas under the leadership of current band director Dr. Shelby Chipman, the Marching 100 performed at the Rose Bowl Parade in Pasadena, California on January 1, 2019. That would be this year. This was the first time in the Marching 100 history that they performed in the Rose Bowl Parade. And whereas the City of Tallahassee is proud that the Marching 100 continues to make history and continues to be the epitome of excellence with caring. Now, therefore, Mayor John E. Daly, along with his colleagues on the City Commission on this date, January 30, 2019, do hereby recognize the Florida A&M Marching 100. Attendance and performance in the Rose Bowl Parade. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of this city to be affixed. John E. Daly on January 30, 2019. Congratulations.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right. Our next proclamation is a little more solemn, but as esteemed nonetheless, I'd like to invite the Steele family to join us, Reverend Marion Steele, Darrell Steele, Reverend Derek Steele, and Delatry Hollinger, the Executive Director of the National Association for the Preservation of African American History. and I hope I got all of that right. As I said, this proclamation is much more solemn as we stand on the precipice of African American History Month, which is celebrated during the month of February. We are here to complete what was begun during the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday weekend, and that is a recognition of the work, a continued recognition, because we do have a bus transfer facility named in his honor, but a continuation of the recognition of the work of the late Reverend Charles Kinsey Steele and what he did to make Tallahassee be the city that she is today. Heading up the Tallahassee bus boycott that led to the desegregation of our public transportation system, being one of the founders of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, along with the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King here in Tallahassee, Florida, and being the pastor for years of the Bethel Baptist Church here in Tallahassee. On that weekend, we recognized Dr. Steele for his work in the Tallahassee community by designating a portion of Orange Avenue from South Monroe Street to Capitol Circle Southwest in his honor. The County Commission, shortly thereafter, their portion of Orange Avenue was designated also to recognize Reverend Steele from Orange Avenue to the southern portion of Blairstone Road. The road is divided into three segments: state, county, and city. And so here this evening, we are here to complete then what we've started during the Martin Luther King holiday weekend, to finish naming the length of Orange Avenue from Capitol Circle to Capitol Circle to designate that thoroughfare in honor of the Reverend Dr. Charles Henry Steele. And so this proclamation will codify that for the city of Tallahassee. And the proclamation reads, whereas the Reverend Dr. Charles Kinsey Steele Sr. was born on February 17, 1914 in Bluefield, West Virginia, to Henry and Lydia Steele, and whereas C.K. Steele graduated from the Gary Colored High School in Gary, West Virginia, earned a BA degree from Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia, and was the first African American to be conferred with a Doctor of Humane Letters degree from Florida State University, and whereas C.K. Steele pastored churches in Toccoa, Georgia, and Montgomery, Alabama, before accepting the pastorate of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church in Tallahassee in 1952. And whereas C.K. Steele led the successful protest to desegregate Tallahassee city buses in 1956 and then co-founded the Southern Christian Leadership Conference in 1957 as executive vice president, along with his friend, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And whereas C.K. Steele was an unrelenting advocate for civil rights and unbending crusader against poverty, oppression, racism, and bigotry, he participated as a national leader in many of the seminal events of the civil rights movement, including the Albany Movement, Birmingham Movement, the March on Washington, the St. Augustine Movement, and the Selma to Montgomery marches. And whereas the city of Tallahassee is proud to call the Reverend C.K. Steele an icon of our community, and whereas the city supported 2017 legislation seeking to designate State Road 371, 373 Orange Avenue in between State Roads 263 and Capitol Circle Southwest and State Road 61 Monroe Street as C.K. Steele Memorial Highway in honor of Dr. Steele's courageous work and influence during the civil rights movement. And whereas on December 6, 2017, the Tallahassee City Commission voted unanimously to pass a resolution in support of committee substitute for Senate Bill 382 in the 2018 legislature of Florida, ultimately having Florida State Roads 371 and 373 designated as C.K. Steele Memorial Highway. Now, therefore, and this is on behalf of our Mayor John Daly, along with my colleagues on the City Commission on this date, January 30th, 2019, do hereby designate the city's portion of Orange Avenue between Blairstone Road and Southwood Plantation Road as C.K. Steele Memorial Highway. And it is signed by our mayor, John Daly. If one of the, Reverend Steele, do you want to come forward? Thank you, sir.
Thank you to Commissioner Richardson, Mayor Daley, all of our commissioners and elected officials, and everybody present here this afternoon. It is with a whole lot of pride and a whole lot of pleasure, as well as humility, to have this opportunity today to come and see you make this change in the street name as you have this afternoon. Our family is very grateful. There are 3 siblings who are no longer with us. That is C.K. Jr., Clifford, and my sister, Rochelle. And Darrell, Derek, and I are the only surviving siblings. When the plaza was named C.K. Steele, we were elated, and we were there for its opening. And if you could go back to Democrat, you will see all of us up on a stage at the plaza for the opening and for the unveiling of the statue at that site. We were elated, we were honored, we felt great. And now we've come all these years later to name Orange Avenue, and we were glad to know and hear that, to hear and to know that. However, at first it was just one part, and we were a little bit concerned. Why didn't they just name all of it at one time? But we discovered that that was a good reason and had to do with all these different governments, city, county, and state. But we're pleased. We're always pleased, and we're thankful to you. And in the absence of my parents, we offer to you our services in whatever way we can continue to honor my dad and the causes for which he stood. And he stood for many. In fact, he came to this commission time and time again through the years, as well as the county and the state legislature. So Darrell, Derek, and I, and family, thank you from the depths of our hearts.
I wanted to also recognize Delatry Hollinger because, but for his hard work, perseverance, diligence, and dedication, this would not have happened. And so, Delatry, thank you again for all that you've done.
What a wonderful, powerful, positive way to start the meeting. Amen. Mr. City Manager, do we have any announcements?
No, sir.
Mr. City Manager, we have citizen input on agenda items. Remember, this is the point of the meeting where we give the public the opportunity to speak. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also point out that you have an item on your agenda addressing your policy on citizen input, and I have a feeling you may want to go ahead and move forward as you have it at your other meetings and allow a couple of opportunities for citizen input. I will point out that we do have an opportunity here at the beginning of the meeting for comments on agenda items that are not public hearings. If you are here to speak on a public hearing item, those will be taken up at 6 o'clock as they are noticed and provided. There will also be an opportunity at the very end of the meeting for people who wish to speak on items that are not part of the agenda in any way. For all of the remaining items we have, consent, policy formation, et cetera, we have this opportunity now, and I believe the mayor will also allow individuals to speak at the time each item is taken up. It appears, Mayor, that we have, and I just had a stack handed to me, so give me just a minute to make sure I don't miss anything, but it appears that we have a large number of speakers on item 1305, which is a renewable energy update, several speakers on 1309 as well. 1309 is architectural and engineering services. If it's your pleasure, Mayor, I'm guessing that speakers would like to speak at the time of their item, but if there's someone who says, I would like to speak now because I can't stay for the duration of the meeting, or I'm not sure I'll be here when the item's taken up, I'll figure out a way to figure out how, match up the hand that goes up with the card that's here. Yes, sir. So I see Dr. Jackson and a couple in the back. So give me just a minute to gather these forms that I just received, and then we'll begin to take those.
Mr. Cook, I tell you while you're going ahead and getting that organized, Dr. Jackson, you want to go ahead? I know that you want to have the opportunity to speak. It's great to see you.
Thank you very much. Irwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. I'm a little confused because what I wanted to speak about, I guess it's in here somewhere, I couldn't find it. Basically, short and sweet, what I want to talk about is I want to thank the City Commission for the changes they've made. We've got the speaker forum here, stationed here up front where we can be close to the City Commission. I was feeling left out when they put me back in the back. The walls that we have up here have been removed. If any of you feel threatened by anybody over here, let me know. I'm a pretty big guy. I'll protect you. In all seriousness, I think we're making some serious, significant improvements. Thank you very much. And the last thing is, I know that the mayor has, we've talked about it, is we have to get the
Camera.
the projector light over here, because what was happened previously in a new regime, old regime, they wanted to force us to give information to the city employees, to give them to the politicians so they could screen what we were going to share with the public. When people come out here and wait a long time, they have something they want to show to the public, then we ought to do everything we can to allow them to show it to the public. Thank you so much for your changes.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Mr. Cook.
Mr. Mayor, I think what I'll do is on 1305, I'll read off the names quickly, and when I call your name, if you raise your hand, I'll know that means you'd rather speak now than wait for your item. And if you would rather wait for the item, you don't have to raise your hand, and we'll get you at that time.
Wonderful.
So on item 1305, have Brian Lee, Munir Humayun, Grant Gelhart, Kim Ross, Darwin Gamble, Steve Bean, Lauren Corey, Tyler Dye, Ken Hayes. Come on now, somebody had their hands up a minute ago. Pam McVetti, Bart Bibler, John Hedrick, Dell Cates, and Linda Miklowitz. If you'd like to speak now, you may come right on forward. Obviously, you see the microphone. I will initiate a timer for each speaker at this and the other portions of our meeting. You'll have 3 minutes. If you'll give your name and address, then we'll start that timer. I'll let you know when you're at about 2.5, but there's also a light in front of you that is green and will then turn yellow and red. You may begin.
I feel like I'm at the Olympics.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, commissioners, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I'm Linda Miklowitz, 2542 Arthur's Court, Tallahassee, 32301. I'm here on the subject of the study, or the resolution rather, for sustainable energy at 100% for the city by 2035. In October of 2017, the commission, as it was constituted then, approved a resolution to approve this plan, and it was held up for a consultant's report, which recommended more consultants. And at this point, we're now more than a year behind in the goals to occur in 2035. So we're falling behind the curve. And all I'm here to say is tonight is the night. You need to decide to go forward. Hope you don't need any more studies, but if you feel compelled to do so at public expense, start the study and do them concurrently. But get this plan working. And we have a resolution for you tonight that would cover all of this and has been gone over by many people and seems to have a good consensus. And finally, I just want to leave you with an idea of mine, which isn't in the resolution. It has to do with all the land that you're using for the photovoltaic cells or panels. If you would just get into interlocal agreements with other entities like the universities, like the state of Florida, and cover the seas of parking lots with these PV panels. This will be a win-win situation. The city won't have to buy so much land. The owners of the cars won't come back to blistered paint and ovens in the summer. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also on that same item, Kara Fleischer and Ron Georgialis. I believe those are all the speakers I have on that particular item. On 1309, Darwin Gamble, Stanley Sims, Bill Proctor. Mr. Proctor, feel free to come forward.
Commissioner Proctor, it's good to see you, sir. Welcome to your City Commission chambers.
Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bill Proctor. I come to you from an address at 301 South Monroe Street, and I forward to you, each of you yesterday, a letter. This letter is a white paper hoping that today you would not vote to proceed with the, actually that you would rescind your vote for police station. For 22 years, I have been elected to serve the area which you're desire to locate a police station. And in that 22-year span, I have thought about a few things and tried to write some down. Among those, with the $60 million, which is probably the largest single investment, it exceeds what the Lawson building, Lawson gym cost, and it would represent the largest investment ever made publicly in our community. And we believe that this is a time that we can co-locate, and I'm asking for a municipal center, regional complex. Our school district is quite, well, you've been to their offices, the administrative offices there, and out there in trailers and out there, and it ain't state of the art. This is a moment for them to co-locate. There's a reason to put them there that would be more than symbolic, and that is the fact that schools there are failing. And to me, to think that if we could invite the school administrative offices to be there in the presence of Rickards, Oak Ridge, Fairview, Nims, Bond, and Pine Ridge, it could make a difference when the superintendent and the school board is located here. There is a reasoning that suggests that the presence of a police station means that crime might go down. And if that is logical to you, then it's a reason for me to believe that if you put a superintendent in a school board's office there, that maybe grades will go up. It's just the logic that you're using. I would like also for you to consider that the county commission stands to invest and ought to invest in this project, that we can move the county commission and other persons out of the government complex in a courthouse. In addition, I've asked you to please consider that we would look at the sheriff's office. I think that Leon County Sheriff's Office ought to be co-located, should have a role, some connectivity. And even the city commission might consider placing at this facility a place for people to make more accessible paying their utilities. And social services being identified and supplied. In my letter to you, I've stated the need for Florida A&M to be a part of this community and involved. I'm asking you to slow this project down and to afford all of the players, stakeholders of this community to come forward in this project. And with $60 million, we probably can find another $40, $50 million from the other actors and create a joint community complex. Please look at the weed and seed item that I pointed out. Consider the number of people who've been arrested out of this area for years. I'd probably say to you that 25% of all the arrests in this community for the last 20 years or so have come from South City. The failure for there to be a collaborative, regional, comprehensive center for governance and service would lead one to believe bad thoughts. And I would definitely not desire to see a standalone police station there in the South Side for multiple reasons. History, trends, the absence of a police review board. I don't even know what kind of cultural training, cultural competency police officers receive, but there is no relation between the people of the South Side and the police department. And please consider also, if you look at the PBA's findings of the continuity of leadership and the rank and file, the last time I checked, over 80% of the officers don't believe in the leadership. It's difficult for me to as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. It's good to see you.
Also on 1309, Adrienne Bourgeois, Talithia.
Adrienne?
Please come forward then, yes.
Please come forward. Your name and address for the record, please.
And then following speakers would be Talithia Edwards and C. Moline. Okay.
My name is Adrienne Bourgeois. I'm from 403 Hayden Road. Just real quickly, I want to say I believe that the push for this new police HQ in Southside has not been given enough time for community input to say that it reflects the community's wishes. It's also my belief that $60 million can be put to much better use directly invested in the community than by investing in more cops. And research shows that strengthening police surveillance does not correlate with decreased crime rate, and so there's no real evidence-based justification for this proposed headquarters. And that's all.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. And C. Moline will be next, and then Curtis Baines. But, oh.
Hey, I'm Talithia Edwards. It was before you. Hey, how y'all doing today? I'm Talithia Edwards. My address is 1802 Saxon Street, and I'm here to speak in support of the push for the new public safety complex. I was going to say something. The young gentleman said there's no evidence and no reason for it. One of the things I want to say, we're making a really, really big deal about this complex, and I think it is a big deal when you talk about police on the South Side. A lot of people's concern is extra police being on the South Side. If we understand that police are all assigned to whatever parts of the community that they're assigned to, and they will continue to be assigned to where they're assigned to. But I think this is more a community engagement issue and an economic impact issue, right, for our side of town. So I live over here, and I see that no one wants to build houses here. No one wants to open businesses here. And if we're talking about making things equitable in our city, breaking the divide, having, more economic opportunity on the South Side in this area, I think this is an opportunity when we've talked about the perception of safety and how do we feel when we live here. Most of us who live here feel safe, but do the people that don't live here we want to invest here feel safe? Do they feel that what they are putting here is going to be protected and safe? I don't think so. So I think that this conversation, as I've heard it, has come back to the commission to get community input about what we want to see. I think that's the right way to do it. The conversation of whether or not to have it on the south side, the development is coming to the south side. Everybody is moving development this way. So why will we not invest in a public safety structure on this south side that will be for us to use in whatever way we want? We know that that is out there on the table. What do we want to see in this complex? So I think that is the conversation, not whether or not we need it or whether or not we want it. Yes, we need it. Yes, we want it as well, because guess what? We want investment to continue here on the south side. So Ms. Perkins has come to you and reported she serves as the public safety chair for our neighborhood first, and she couldn't be here, but she wanted me to also let you know that she is also in support of it. So I hope that as we have in this conversation and we continue to talk about it, that we talk about it from an economic issue. I'm proud of our police and what I see on my streets. And I'm hoping that we can continue to see that kind of policing, that we don't have some of the problems that other cities are having, and that we keep the conversation going, and that we can keep it like that, and we can talk about economics versus, whether or not the police is going to arrest more black people. So, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
Then the next speaker is C. Moline.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Great to see you all again. Long time no see. I'd like to, state my points again on the fact that I am against the public safety campus in Southside. When we talk about development in Southside, things that actually will bring jobs to the area will be businesses and maybe public services. But if we bring the police headquarters from Northside to Southside, that is just going to really move jobs. Maybe it will create temporary construction jobs, but you can create temporary construction jobs, repaving that plaza, repaving the plaza across the street from it, which badly needs repaving. You can create construction jobs, putting in sidewalks in front of the Pace Center for Girls, which has no sidewalk in front of it, which means that each time a girl walks away from the center, they have to jaywalk. There are a lot of places in town where we don't have sidewalks, and jaywalking is necessary to get from place to place. And that's not right, because jaywalking is a crime and that the police can, write you a ticket for that. I'd like to continue and say that the idea that this is going to bring lots of wonderful new money and development in the area. Did it bring that much money into the Lake Ella area? That area is not my favorite part of town. That area is, it's where it is right now. Is that the super rich, affluent area? No, it's, it has a lot of homeless people around it. There's not much being done in the restaurant area there. There's only Bella Bella and that one boutique that is actually worth, visiting, at least for me, which is, I'd like to say also continuing that with what Proctor said, that the area is in a weed and seed district, which means that, that for every person that is arrested in that area, the department gets paid, and that money was supposed to be put back into soft services, but the soft services really aren't there right now. So why are we going to continue this process of arresting and militarization of the area and not put in the soft services that prevent people from going into, property crimes in the first place? I would like to also continue and say that if you do this, Southside is a rent-heavy area, and maybe you're right, it will increase the price of, it will increase home values. But if you increase home values in that area, then the price of rent will go up, and then people will not be able to afford to live there. Also, from what I understand, it's going to increase utilities, because part of the utility cost that we pay goes towards paying our police officers.
You're at 3 minutes.
I would like to just say, please decline on voting for a new architect. The architect, you are a new city commissioners board. Only one of you is returning. You can decide on a new location, and you can decide today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Curtis Baines, speaking on item 1301, which is your policy 108.
Mr. Baines, good to see you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Congratulations on your election. It's the first time I think I've been here since you've been elected, and congratulations on your appointment. Look forward to working with you, or at least speaking with you over the course of the next couple of years. And one of the things I wanted to speak about tonight was the new policy, the proposed policy 108. In the past, we've had to speak about everything within our 3 minutes during a 30-minute period, and I'm going to try to demonstrate how that worked by covering the 3 items I was going to talk about tonight in 3 minutes, so you can see why we need to have 3 minutes per item. But the first is I want to commend you on 108 and making that movement. I've been speaking over at the county from time to time and had 3 minutes on each item, and it wasn't too much of a problem, although the mayor may have disagreements on that. But I think that's a good move. And the second item I wanted to talk about tonight was 1305. I didn't put it on the list, so I hope I'm not prohibited from speaking about it. When I first heard the proposal to complete this transition by 2035, I thought, my goodness, that's a long way away. We could do that in a decade, in 10 years. Not, at that time, I guess it was 20 years, but, entire countries have converted to renewable energy in a decade. Surely the city of Tallahassee, if it put its mind to it, could do it just as easily. So I would lay that out there, although 2035 isn't terribly far away now. The third thing I wanted to touch on briefly was 1309, and that had to do with this public safety complex. We just spent $65 million for a public safety complex out on Easterly, for which I guess gave us our $10 million joint dispatch center, but it gave us much more. And Commissioner Proctor mentioned something about co-locating. He maybe have had ideas about co-locating something differently, but if it's a public safety complex there, why do we need another public safety complex somewhere else? And I would remind you that you would be putting this public safety complex in the Primary Springs Protection Zone, which is an area we have declared needs more attention in terms of environmental protection. I'm sure they're going to have central sewer where they are, but there are a lot of people down there who don't and should have it. So those are my 3 items in 3 minutes. I also have one more on the unagended portion, but I'll keep that to 3 minutes as well.
Thank you, Mr.
2 minutes and 58 seconds, actually. Next would be Christique Henry on item 1309.
Ms. Henry, good to see you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How y'all?
Wonderful.
So I'm here as a citizen, Christique Henry, 3121 Pontiac Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. Someone that, okay, I respect and totally understand the apprehension in regards to the relocation of the police department. Given the current climate in regards to police relations nationally, I understand the fear locally. But let me just give a little bit of context to this conversation. It actually, for me, began back in 2007 when the market crashed. And that was when we had people buying houses in Southside at $170,000, $180,000. Those folks bought houses with the promise of infrastructural improvements to the area. That included public safety infrastructure. Public safety infrastructure is along the same lines as educational infrastructure, as hard underground infrastructure, as quality of life infrastructure. And I think we have 2 conversations going. The first conversation is the fear of public safety systems. When we talk about the outcomes and we talk about the public conversation, it is mostly geared toward administrative executive systems of enforcement. It does not have a whole lot to do with the infrastructure or placement. So I think that there's 2 conversations that need to be had here in the community. First being systems, the other being actual infrastructure. I'm going to close by saying this, and I have a lot to say, and it dates back to 2007. And I remember 2016, Commissioner Proctor talking about the Citizens Review Board for the police department, because it's that old of a conversation. So to feel as if this is a new conversation, people haven't had time to vet, the community has not had conversation. I can give you printouts of all the conversations we've had on the neighborhood level and response from citizens that want either a substation or a public safety complex in Southside. Why? Because they are losing not just value, but they are losing their stuff and their children, and they want it to stop one way or another. In closing, I went to Hartsfield Elementary School today and read to some students. And I'm glad I did that before I came here, because this issue isn't about our fears. This issue is about dignifying their right to public safety, their right to protection. And if we don't safeguard that by making moves, however we may make them, and moving forward to have the relevant conversations to bring it to pass, we are doing them a disservice. So yes, I welcome opposition. I welcome, but let's not stop the conversation, and let's not give fear an excuse to keep from moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we have a number of other speakers. Some of them may have come in after the opening part of the meeting. I'll let them know, as I did the other folks. When I call your name, if you'd like to speak now for your purposes and your schedule, that is great. But if you raise your hand, I'll call you forward now. If you would rather wait until the time of the item that you're speaking on, you simply don't raise your hand and remain in your seat, and we'll get you at that time. Our next speaker would be Jennifer Rogers. See, that worked. Stanley Sims. On 1101? Yes, sir.
Pastor Sims, would you like to speak now or later on 1101?
You said this is 1101.
No, sir. You can speak now or later on 1101.
Yes, okay.
1101 is your
for
ethics board
clarity,
appointment.
I would like to speak now on 1101
Wonderful.
and later on the police station.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. I'd like to speak on 1101 because of shortly the Independent Ethics Commission is going to be sending you some pie in the sky, a wish list. And I want to commend this commission because when, I don't want to call no name, when he comes up and says he appreciates the changes that are being made, I was just blessed by that. And so I want to tell this commission that I also have recognized the changes that you are making, but there is one recommendation that I would really like for you to consider. If we are going to call this an independent ethics commission, then that office should not be housed in this building where all the power players are. I have tested the system for a while. I know this system quite well. I tried to access this system as if I was, Miss Bryant, a homeless man, where I would not have a phone, I would not have an app, I would not have mail, I would not have email. And so we need to also something, and Mayor, you're doing it. This commission is doing it. And Commissioner Matlow, I applaud you because every time this commission seems to veer back to the old regiment, you bring them back about the importance of hearing our voices. You did that in the retreat, and I applaud that because if you got to sit here at 11 o'clock to hear what we got to say, I'm Baptist. We like to vote and we like to talk. And what's going on in our city, we got something to talk about. But I'm convinced, Mayor, when you open up the doors and make people feel like they can file a complaint and it's heard fairly, we won't have that much to say. But because we've been held down so long, And the ethics board has not really, we have not looked upon it to get real ethics, but now we do. And so I'm asking you that when those recommendations from the ethics board comes, that you treat them with sincerity and really look at it that this is going to be another grand step in building trust in our community, because we got some cleaning up to do.
You have about 30 seconds.
I know, I see it. You just took 4. But here is my problem. To thine own self be true. In my closing remark, Dr. Gregory said this here. Those people here on the south side, it's a turtle movement. Turtle. I'm a turtle. Christmas Eve, I had a stroke. I don't move as fast as I used to. But I found out that being a turtle, you could be hard on the outside, soft on the inside, and every now and then willing to stick your neck out.
Thank you, Pastor Sims.
Next, Dr. Hollifield on item 1309.
Dr. Hollifield, would you like to speak now, or would you like to speak on the item when it comes up? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hollifield. It's good to see you.
Pardon my voice. But the priorities of this place never cease to amaze me. Now, Curtis, I've been speaking about black infant mortality in the community, black community, for more than a decade. 2004, I wrote a letter to the Tallahassee Democrat saying the black infant mortality in Leon County was 53% higher than the state average. And your concern only seems to make absolutely sure I don't speak 1 second over 3 minutes. Now, let me tell you something. Black infant mortality in Leon County is still obscene. It's twice as high as white infant mortality. And Curtis, I never saw you come up with $50 million to deal with black infant mortality. Matter of fact, none of you have. And it ain't gone away. And let's look at HIV, for example. You know, Big Ben Care is supposed to be dealing with HIV. Well, why do blacks in Leon County, the last I checked at least, die from HIV 10 times the rate of whites? I have to look at the data again. That was a couple of years ago, but I doubt it's changed. Because what Big Ben Cares, which is supposed to be dealing with HIV, you know what they do. What they do to me is call the police on me. We talking about this police station. I'll tell you what my discomfort is. I've had TPD called on me, either called on me or threatened to be called 2 times in a 6-month period. Now, one was at TCC, thanks to Rob Renzi. Does that mean who threatened to call the police on me for going to a conference? He said I hadn't properly registered. Well, is that what happens to black people when they don't properly register? They get the police call on them? Is that what is supposed to happen, Curtis? And, you know, sometimes police shoot people. And that's my concern. And I think that one of the things black people worry about is if they move those police on the south side, are those gentrified white people going to call the police on them at the slightest provocation? Again, 2 times in a 6-month period, I've either had the police called on me or I have been threatened. So I would like y'all to come up with $50 million to deal with black infant mortality. I'd like y'all to come up with $50 million to deal with childhood poverty, zip code 10.01. Y'all should have it memorized by now. I talk about it every time I come up here.
You're at 3 minutes.
80.1% childhood poverty rate, Curtis? Why don't you speak about that?
Dr. Hollifield, could I ask you to please start wrapping up your comments, please?
Okay, well, one thing I like about you, you've always been respectful. You have always been respectful. Because I appreciate that. You have people like Roxanne Manning running around saying, don't even call Hollifield doctor. He ain't no doctor. Don't even call him doctor. Or he shouldn't be called doctor. Put it in an email and send it to her buddy, Rob Renzi. And send the email. Don't call Hollifield doctor. Y'all remember when I handed out my Florida license? So y'all would see that it was the same as the white doctors? And that I indeed should be called doctor, no matter how much Roxanne Manning wants to insult people or despise people, and y'all let her get away with it, including you, Curtis?
Dr. Hollifield, thank you very much.
All right, and thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next is Adner Marceline. Adner Marceline, right there.
It's great to see you. Good evening.
Good afternoon, everybody.
If you give that name and address, I'll get it pronounced correctly next time.
That's correct. It's Adner Marceline, and the address is 122 South Calhoun Street, Tallahassee, Florida, 32301. I'm here today. It's a tough item to speak about with this new approval of this architectural design for this new police station. I can say as the NAACP president here in town, I have received numerous calls to the point where my voicemail has been full and I'm emptying it and it's being filled right back again. One thing that I can just suggest before moving forward, and I know it's not easy to make decisions, and decision making in this particular position is something that we have to do. The meeting times at 4 o'clock. Now, I work at a law firm here in town. I don't get off until most times 6 o'clock p.m. It's very difficult for me to get here. The only reason I'm here is because I have a boss who is very lenient enough when I say I gotta go. He allows me to keep my job. But a lot of people can't make it here before you all to express what it is that the quote unquote South Side wants. For someone who I own property on the South Side, I used to live on the South Side in that property before moving closer to Midtown. I can tell you that it is very concerning when you don't have the input of the community on what they want, because whenever the infrastructure is put in that community, they're the ones that have to deal with the repercussions. Many of us are in here and we have an opinion one way or another about where a police infrastructure could go, but we don't have to deal with the repercussions if it's in our community, the interactions that might happen that might be positive or that might be negative. I was reading in the paper and I noticed that we were promoting this as more than a police station. We're going to include community centers, basketball courts, training facilities. And I have a pleasure of serving in other organizations, and I meet at some of these community facilities that the city currently has, and I'm like, when is the last time some of you all have been in some of those centers? It's not about just, making something to get it in the community, but upkeep and making sure that those facilities that serve our communities are there. I see some positive benefits there, but also we have, as a nation, a big issue on community relations between our community and the police department. And so I think one of the reasons that we're getting so much resistance is because some of the interaction is not nice. Some of the interaction is not positive. And then you have other officers who go above and beyond, and they're outstanding officers. And so until we can get an address on that mix, it's very, very difficult. I just ask that you all at this time, thank you, at this time that you all just consider where you would like to relocate this, and also consider making this a form that's available to the public where everybody can come in and weigh their opinions, especially those who will be impacted on when this community goes in. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Delatry Hollinger. I saw, yeah. And he'll be followed by R. Akbar.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, good afternoon. I, Delatry Hollinger, 501 Alpha Avenue. I'd like to not speak in opposition of anything, but speak in support of making this public safety complex a multi-governmental thing. And you can attest to this, Commissioner Richardson, the Aquilina Howell Center is in an old Lowe's. And the school board meetings, School Board Member Jones, are routinely full. You know, we have people standing on the outside of the chambers, filling up the inside. The superintendent's office has been in a portable-like building for at least 4 decades. And there are many different facilities scattered all throughout Tharp Street for the school district. Even though our courthouse was built in 1990, that Commissioner Daley, Mayor Daley, the county commissioner's offices are very small, compact, tight. You can't get more than 2 people in one of those offices to meet with the commissioner. You have to go to the conference room that's there where the food is. And I think that putting a $60 million investment on the south side, but also about $1 billion that's about to go into Orange Avenue, I think that we can capitalize on that. I think that a broader conversation with the county commission and the school board should be had, about making this truly a community complex, involving, I would love to go to a county commission meeting or a city commission meeting, not too far from my house, not having to go downtown, find parking, and deal with all that. So consider, if you would, getting with our county government and our school board, both entities which are limited in space, to join in this effort, potentially contribute some funding in this effort, and then really truly have a community complex where people who want to attend a meeting can come. There's no banquet space, no true banquet space on the south side. Consider putting some banquet space in this building. Consider some new commission chambers in this building. Consider some new administrative offices for the school board in this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
R. Akbar? I'll assume that when we wait till we come to the item 1309. Lakey Love? And you may speak at this point, or if you would rather speak when the individual item comes up, you have that option. Okay, we'll hold on that one. And then Grant Gelhart would like to speak on this item. And go ahead and speak now, and then later on the renewable item, if I have my...
Right, yeah. My name is Grant Gelhart. I live at 1906 Giulianini. I'm a member, I'm the president of the Indian Head Lehigh Neighborhood Association, and I'm also the chair of the Big Bend Sierra Club. I have sent you a letter recently, about a week ago, regarding the Southside Complex, and I just wanted to... I was here, you were here. I didn't know this item was up here, but I thought I'd talk about it now. Please take a look at the letter. The letter summary is basically that we have an opportunity here to make this complex the best complex and the best building in Tallahassee, not just the south side, but in Tallahassee. The idea of making it energy efficient, we have an opportunity here to get in on the ground floor to make sure it is the most energy efficient building in Tallahassee. We have the opportunity to try to get this building to a net zero energy use. That is basically putting enough solar panels on the building to power itself. Not to cut it off from the grid, but just have a lot of solar power on the building. It was mentioned earlier, there's a possibility of putting solar panels in the parking lot. So when you park your car out there, you aren't getting beaten down by the sun. So that's another opportunity, something to think about. Also, there is something called LEED standards. which is basically a development standard to make the building energy efficient and a community building. How do you get there? Are there bus routes? Are there bicycle trails? Are there bike racks? So please take a look at the LEED standards, and there is an opportunity to make this a platinum project. Now, you don't have to register the project, but just look at those standards and see if we can integrate those standards into this building. And also something to think about into the future. We have been talking to a lot of people. You'll hear this on and off for the next couple of months or a couple of years. It is about converting to renewable energy. And here I'm talking about cars. There is an opportunity here to set up this police station or community center as an EV-friendly complex, and also look at it into the future when you're converting all of the police cars to electric police cars. Are you going to have the infrastructure and the facilities there to be able to integrate that into the police station? Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
Mr. Mayor, I believe I have called all of the names, and those who wish to speak at this portion have come forward. Obviously, have a number of names which we will call as the items come up.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate everybody participating. Obviously, we have some issues that are very important to the public, and we'll hear from the rest of the speakers when we get to the items in particular. Mr. City Manager, we are on the consent agenda item. Have any consent agenda items been pulled from the consent agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I am looking for a motion for approval for the consent agenda. Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Dr. Bryant, Commissioner Bryant. No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item 11.01, which is the appointment of a member to the Ethics Board. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Clerk, to introduce the item.
Mayor and Commissioners, I think you're well aware of what this item is, but I'll give a brief introduction. In December of 2018, two of the members of the Independent Ethics Board resigned their positions, resulting in vacancies in 2 seats. One of those seats is the seat that is occupied by an appointee of this City Commission. We have accepted applications for that position through this last Friday. For your consideration, those names and applications are attached to your agenda item. The appointment is up to you from there. I will point out for anyone who may have been interested in applying and did not do so by Friday at 1, which was our deadline, we will continue to receive applications for the Ethics Board's consideration. The final seat of the 2 that were vacated will be selected as an at-large seat by the other members of the Ethics Board, and they'll be meeting in early February, so you do have a short window continuing where people can apply for that. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I will turn it back to you and your commissioners for a selection.
Wonderful. First and foremost, on behalf of the commission, I want to personally thank everybody that submitted their name for consideration to serve on the Independent Ethics Board. It is a very important responsibility, and we certainly do appreciate you stepping up to the plate and offering yourself to service. I am looking at my fellow commissioners for comment, for nominations. Is there anybody that would like to start the conversation? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would nominate Ernest Payne for the City Commission appointment to the Ethics Commission.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Ernest Payne has been nominated. Is there a second to the nomination?
I second that nomination.
Okay, it's been properly seconded as well. Any further comment?
Oh, sure. I'd just like to also echo your comments and thank everybody who applied. We went through a lot of resumes, some we saw before in the City Commission appointment. And, some people look like they had a genuine desire to serve. Some people explicitly said they wanted to run for office in 2020, and this was going to kind of be a launching pad for that. So as we went through the resumes, there were a few different people that I liked on there, and I think Ernest Payne actually came to our retreat and spoke on ethics, and I appreciate him actually showing up for that, so I would support that.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also add my support for Mr. Payne. I've known him for several years and find him to be a person that would certainly be able to carry out the duties on this commission.
Mr. Payne has been properly nominated by the Mayor Pro Tem, been seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Mr. Payne, welcome to the Ethics Board, and thank you for your service. Mr. City Manager, we are on now Section 12, Item 12.01 for the introduction of ordinances.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, Ms. Jackson. Thank you.
Quite all right. Item number 12.01 is the introduction of ordinance number 19-0-01. It is an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Section 6 of the Charter of the City of Tallahassee to annex within the corporate area of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, upon adoption of said ordinance, property being situated in Leon County, Florida, in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Section 171.044 Florida statutes, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. This is to be the first and only public hearing will be scheduled for March 27, 2019 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Do you need a formal motion, Ms. Jackson?
No, I do not, but
Excellent.
that the record show that it has been introduced.
Any comment on 12.01? Seeing none, 12.02, please.
Item number 12.02 is introduction of ordinance number 19-0-03. It is an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee updating the capital improvements element of the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. The first and only public hearing is scheduled for February 20th, 2019 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. The record reflect that it has been introduced.
Any comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, moving on. We're on policy formation and direction, 13.01. Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Mayor. I will not belabor the item. It's been discussed at length, particularly at your retreat. What we have brought back for an action item for you is an updated version of City Commission Policy 108. The two primary changes, as you directed us at the retreat, are to, at this beginning portion of the meeting that we've just had, rather than have a 30-minute window set aside that eliminates any time limit on that portion of the meeting, and then also provides an opportunity, as we're doing here tonight, for items as they come up, a second opportunity for people to speak on those agenda items. The one thing that I would point out, if you approve items options 1, 2, and 3, that will accomplish those two things, and the third option specifies that these changes apply to this City Commission and to advisory boards. We've typically not had any issues with advisory boards, and I think here, just keep one consistent policy, and if we identify that there are issues with advisory boards, then we'll bring that back at a later date.
Wonderful. Any other members of the public that want to speak on this item?
I do not believe I have any others on this item, no, sir.
All right, we'll open it up for discussion and motion by the commission.
Yeah.
Commissioner Matlow?
I'll move to accept items 1, 2, and 3.
Staff recommendation has been properly moved by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on item number 13.02. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. This item involves conversion of a septic tanks to sanitary sewer. Leon County is undertaking this project as the neighborhood is located outside the city's limits near the intersection of Woodville Highway and Capitol Circle. Upon completion of the project, the city would assume ownership and operate the new sewer system. An interlocal agreement is needed to define the responsibilities of the city and the county and to satisfy a requirement for a state grant. This item requests your authorization to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with Leon County and direct staff to prepare an amended city ordinance to accommodate the necessary utility billing provisions. Andrew Platt with our Underground Utilities Group is here to answer any questions that you might have tonight.
Thank you very much.
Move staff recommendation.
Staff
for
recommendation
approval, Mr.
been
Mayor.
properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Seconded by Dr. Bryant. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, next item, please.
Yes, sir. Item 13.03 involves the construction of Wilani Boulevard and the new canopy development. That has been deemed as a priority by the city as well as the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency. The City Commission entered into an agreement with the Canopy Development in May of 2016 to address a number of infrastructure needs within that development. The agreement provides for the sharing, the agreement in question tonight provides for the sharing of construction costs for portions of Wilani Boulevard. Ultimately, Blueprint will fund these roadway improvements as spelled out in the agenda item. However, full funding will not be available until 2022. As you know, Blueprint dollars are not available until 2020 at the earliest. Staff recommends your approval of a three-party interlocal agreement between the city, Blueprint, the Canopy Community Development District, and it spells out that the city will reimburse the initial cost of construction and be reimbursed by Blueprint over 3 years beginning in 2020. Steve Schaefer, our city engineer, is here to answer any questions that you might have.
Wonderful. Mr. Cook, do we have any public speakers on this item?
We do not have speakers on this item.
Okay. Any comment, any motions? Mr. Matlow, Commissioner.
If I may, I'm going to oppose this contract because I think essentially our contract with them is if they decided to build the section in advance, we would be responsible for paying it, but I don't think we explicitly laid out when. And I think what we're doing here is Blueprint 2020 is going to pay for it essentially in 2022, and we'll be reimbursed for it. But effectively, we're expediting private construction on this point at a $6 million cost, to me, which equates to a zero-interest loan for 4 years. So my position would be they're well in their means to go ahead and build this portion, but from a fiscally responsible perspective, we should wait until we actually are being reimbursed by Blueprint to put that much money on the table.
Point well taken. Any other comment?
Move approval of the staff recommendation.
The motion on the table is for approval of staff recommendation. Is there made by the Mayor Pro Tem? Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Motion properly seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion for staff recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Matlow in dissent. By the way, let me go ahead and say, members of the public, I know it sounds like that we are blowing through these agenda items pretty quickly. You need to know that we have been properly briefed one-on-one with staff. We have spent a lot of time on these issues. And while Commissioner Matlow just brought up some very good points and stated his position, it is not as if these are not important to us. We have just already spent a lot of time doing our homework, and this is the formal action moving forward. So with that, Mr. City Manager, we are on item 13.04.
Yes, sir. Item 13.04 seeks your approval to execute a contract with Proterra for the purchase of 15 electric buses and related batteries and equipment. This is a really good news item. It's something that we worked on for quite a while in cooperation with Florida State University to bring about an all-electric fleet. In addition to the request to purchase the buses, we're seeking your approval to use a $1 million grant from the Federal Transit Administration for this purchase. Another good news story. The buses would be delivered this summer and will serve the Florida State University Seminole Express routes and will make the university the first all-electric bus fleet of any campus in the nation, something that we can all be proud of. I agree. You will hear in the next item, which is not something that we had even realized, but as we had tabulated the number of buses this will entail and how it fits into our overall bus fleet, this will represent a third of our fixed route buses, the big buses that we think of as buses, that would be electric before the end of this year. So a really good news story. We're seeking your approval on that tonight.
I'd move the item for approval, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, you want to take speakers?
Just a second. There's a motion on the table for staff recommendation made by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there public comment on this item?
This is Grant Gelhart, 1906 Chulanini. As chair of the Big Bend Sierra Club, we applaud this. This is great. This is the best thing we have seen in a long time, and we urge you to continue on your journey to electric buses.
Okay. Mr. Cook.
I didn't have any speakers, but now you've had the only one we have, I think.
Excellent. Wonderful. Is there anybody else from the public that'd like to speak on this item? Okay. Any further comment? Dr. Bryant?
Yes.
I'll come back.
I am totally in favor of electric buses and this, our first initiative here with FSU. And I think that, and I just want to put on the record that at some point we need a Rattler bus. We need a bus for TCC. But all of the areas in the city, we want to prioritize, as we've started this initiative, to make sure that we cover the entire city of Tallahassee. Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I would say, Mr. Mayor, because I am the only one that was here when we started this venture, this was something that Tallahassee Community, Florida State University, Commissioner Bryant approached the city about. Our contract with them was about up, and so we went through a pretty lengthy negotiation process with Florida State University because they were looking at other vendors to provide this service. So that's what brought us to where we are. It wasn't an oversight on any of our other institutions, but they were actually looking at another vendor to provide this service. But in our negotiation process, it was determined that the city of Tallahassee could offer them the better deal in this. And so that's how we got to where we are. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. And this is a part of our effort, the city's ongoing effort. And this didn't just start. In my conversation with the city manager, I told him that when my wife and I built our house 22 years ago, we got the appliance rebate from the city of Tallahassee. That's at least how long the city of Tallahassee has been committed to reducing its carbon footprint when it wasn't the fashionable thing to do. And so this again is another opportunity for us, in addition to all the other initiatives that we have out there, to move us towards achieving our goal of a truly sustainable city and being a leader in that effort. And so I'm proud of what we're doing here in cooperation and in partnership with Florida State University. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, Commissioners, this is what I'm thinking. We are scheduled for a quick break at 5:30. By law, we have to come back at 6 o'clock for the public hearing. I am very hesitant to start 13:05 with the amount of public speakers that we have, knowing that we would go straight to 6 o'clock. I don't want to stop in the middle of an agenda item because by law we have to have the public hearing and then come back. What I would suggest, and I'm looking for a little guidance from you, is that we go ahead and Mr. Cook, my question to you is, do we have any speakers on 13.06, 13.07, or 13.08? If we do not have any speakers on those three items, I would suggest that we move through those items right now, go ahead and take a vote, take a quick break, come back at 6 o'clock for the public hearing, and then take up 13.05 so we can give it the due attention that it deserves and the people that are here to speak on that item, and then take up 13.09, which I do believe we have public comment on as well, and give it the due attention that we need. I'm just trying to be efficient with our time.
So we do not have speakers on those other items you mentioned. 1305 and 1309 do have speakers. Other than that, it's only public hearing.
Okay. So, Commissioners, if everybody's okay with that, what I'd like to do is, and I believe, Madam Attorney, I have the discretion to take up 06, 07, and 08. Take up those three, take a vote. We'll take a quick break, come back by law at 6 o'clock for the public hearing, and take up 05 and 09. I'm looking. I don't see any problem with that. Okay. So, Mr. City Manager, 1306 is Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. I believe Commissioner Matlow has a conflict statement.
Yes, I have an appearance of a conflict because I lease property at this location, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Which one is that?
1306.
06, okay. All right.
Thank you for doing so, Mr. Matlow. Okay. We have no public comment on 1306.
Move staff approval. Move staff recommendation for approval, Mr. Mayor.
Staff recommendation for approval for 1306 has been made properly by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Properly seconded by Dr. Bryant. Commissioner Matlow has excused himself from the chambers as pursuant to our local ordinance with our ethics board on this vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mayor.
Pass.
Mayor. Just for the record, if I could just read what the item is. Just for the
Introduce the
record.
item, of course.
Yes. Okay, so item 13.06 requests approval of resolutions number 19-R-02 and 19-R-03, authorizing me or my designee to initiate an eminent domain lawsuit to acquire certain private property for the construction of the Lower Central Drainage Ditch Project. The City Commission approved resolutions for a fee simple parcel and a temporary construction easement on July 11, 2018. However, as a result of a legal proceeding regarding this matter, it was discovered that the legal description was incorrect. This item requests approval of the resolutions which reflect the correct legal descriptions.
Ms. Jackson, I apologize. I got ahead of myself on that.
That's quite all right.
This is eminent domain action for a specific parcel of land in regards to the drainage ditch construction that we're moving forward with. The motion has been properly made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Without any further statement or comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Second by Commissioner Bryant.
Sorry, Commissioner Bryant, thank you. All those opposed? Passes 4-0 with Commissioner Matlow out of chambers. Excellent. We are now on item 13.07. Will somebody please allow, oh, there we go. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 1307 involves Mahan Drive and Capitol Circle Northeast intersection and a plan to alleviate congestion. That's one of the highest volume intersections in the city during peak traffic hours. And in 2013, the City Commission approved a project to provide an alternative bypass around the intersection that will extend Weems Road northward from its current intersection of Mahan Drive and west to connect with Automotive Way. That's kind of behind the public shopping center by the Subaru dealership, and then ultimately connects with Capitol Circle Northeast. The Florida Department of Transportation has already authorized a $1 million grant in construction funding through the Transportation Regional Incentive Program, or TRIP. The project has now been designed, has been permitted, and it's been bid. The low bidder for construction of the project is North Florida Asphalt Incorporated. This item seeks your approval to award a contract of $6,091,983 and also authorize supplemental appropriation of $2.5 million to Project 13003 for the construction of the project. Our city engineer, Steve Schaefer, is here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
My question is, were there any problems with the RFP process? Were there any challenges to the RFP process? Or did it run as according?
I'd like Mr. Schaefer to answer that.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Did we have any problems with the RFP process?
Not at all.
Any challenges to the RFP process? Commissioners, any comments? Motion?
Move to approve.
Commissioner Matlow makes a motion to approve staff recommendation, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We are currently on number 13.08. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, sir. Item 1308 involves the Corn Hydroelectric Facility located on Lake Talquin. The city's operated the electric facilities there since the 1980s. The state owns the facility, the dam itself that creates Lake Talquin, and the city operates the dam itself as well as the hydroelectric facility. And we do so under an operating license issued by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. You'll hear that term from time to time. Several years ago, staff identified the need to decide whether or not we would attempt to relicense, because that licensing process happens periodically. In the evaluation of that, we were required to make notification of FERC by June of 2017 of our intention. In April of 2016, the City Commission directed staff to move forward with a potential transfer of the facility to a third party if that transfer could be accomplished. In other words, move away from that business and seek a third party, and that we could transfer the operating license. In June of 2017, an application for surrender was filed with FERC, and FERC issued the order upon not finding a third party that was a workable solution. Fast forward to 2018, in December of this past year, 2018, the FERC issued an order directing the city to move forward with the decommissioning activities. So as we move through that process, FERC authorized the surrender and directed the city to then decommission the electric facilities at the location. That does not change the dam, the operations of the dam, and the character of the lake, but rather involves the electric operations. The order indicates that this work must be done by March 10th, at which time the state will be responsible for the operations of the facility. We don't anticipate any character changes to the lake and those overall operations. Recognizing that this is a significant transition over the past couple of years, city staff has worked closely with the state on this transfer, DEP in particular, and we have offered to provide a transitioned operation where we've got expert operators, they know how to operate the dam in all conditions, that we would provide this service to them as they get their feet underneath them and find an operator which they are actively seeking. It also involves the transition of the electric equipment. So the electric equipment could remain intact. It has to be decommissioned, but could be re-energized if an operator is found by the state, as well as the general facilities and ancillary equipment, tools that are used at that facility. Since this item was published last week, we've heard back from DEP of their general acceptance of the terms that we have offered, and Rob McGarrett, our general manager of our electric utility, who's been closely involved in this process. He's here to answer any questions that you might have on this. This is a long-run process, and we are now at the conclusion of this effort.
I've been waiting all night for this agenda item. So do we have any damn speakers, Mr. Cook?
Maybe so, but not on this item.
No damn speakers. Anybody got a damn comment on this one?
Not a damn one.
Anybody got a damn motion for me?
Move approval of staff recommendation.
Dr. Bryant makes the damn motion.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. All in favor of this damn item signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0.
Mayor.
That's a good one to end on. Okay, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, here's what we're going to do. It's 5:38.
I love it.
By law, we're going to come back at 6 o'clock for the public hearing. We're going to take a quick 20-minute break. We're going to come back. We will do items number 15.01, 15.02. Then we will come back and do item 13.05 and 13.09. We stand in recess. It is 6 o'clock, time for the scheduled public hearing. We certainly appreciate everybody sticking around. It is now time for the public hearing. We are on item 15.01, Mr. City Manager, or is it Ms.
City Attorney. Thank you.
City Attorney. Thank you. Ms. Jackson.
Item number 15.01 is ordinance number 18-0-25. It is the second and final public hearing on an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapter 10 zoning of the Tallahassee Land Development Code, eliminating automated car washes as a principal permitted use in the Central Urban CU 45 zoning district, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
Excellent. Mr. Cook, do we have any public speakers on this item?
We do not, Mayor. I had indicated we had a couple, but they were on 1601, which is unagendaed, and not on 1501. So unless there is someone here who's filling out a card now, we do not have speakers on this public hearing.
Anyone that wishes to speak on 1501? Seeing none. Commissioners? Is there a motion for staff recommendation?
I move for staff recommendation.
Excellent. Been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Is there seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem? Any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Attorney, 15.02, please.
Item number 15.02 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 18-0-35, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, relating to plan unit developments, amending definition of plan unit development contained in Section 1-2 of the Land Development Code, amending Section 10-165C1H concerning amendments to plan unit developments, amending Section 10-165F concerning status of previously approved plan unit developments, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
There are no speakers on the item.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak on the item? Seeing none. Commissioners, comments, motion? Staff recommendation has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Dr. Bryant. Any further comment?
Sorry about that, Mayor.
Motion by the Pro Tem, seconded by Dr. Bryant. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Ladies and gentlemen, that closes the public hearing in exactly 4 minutes. I think we just set a record.
Record time.
Absolutely. We are going to go back now to item number 13.05 under the general business, and I am going to turn it back over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 13.05, we've heard some comments earlier on this one, involves the review of our clean energy plan for Tallahassee. Tonight, the presentation will be given by our General Manager, Rob McGarrett. He's going to share some background on Tallahassee's leadership role in energy sustainability, where we've been. Also, some feedback that we've received. So we've been at this for a while. We've got feedback and good engagement from our community. At the conclusion of your discussion tonight, which we anticipate to hear from our staff, we have a number of speakers from the public. We anticipate to hear from them. We're seeking your acceptance of the report and to authorize us to join the Sustainable Tallahassee Capital Area Sustainability Compact and direct me to move forward with the next steps contained in the agenda item, which includes a proposed renewable goal and major milestones for the City Commission to consider at your June 19th, 2019 meeting. That meeting is tentatively scheduled to be off-site, one of your 2 meetings that you would have off-site this year. So with that, I'd like to ask Rob McGarrett to begin his presentation, and then following Mr. McGarrett's presentation, we would take comment from the public.
Okay, so let me be very clear on how we're going to do this. First of all, Mr. Clerk, how many people do we have for public comment on this item?
13 at last count.
13 at last count. I'm going to ask members of the public to work together. Of course, we will sit and listen to anybody and everybody that wants to participate. But if you have somebody or a friend that has already gotten up and stated your point and you want to waive in favor or waive against in support of public comment that has already been made, that would also be greatly appreciated to expedite the process. Again, we will hear from everybody that wants to participate, but work with us as well. Mr. McGarrett, the floor is yours.
Mayor and Commissioners, as the City Manager indicated, we want to give you an update tonight on what we're calling the Clean Energy Plan. Before we get into the details of that, you know, the city has been a long-standing leader in environmental sustainability and environmental stewardship. That span both across our facilities as well as in the community. And we've done a good job over the years of balancing the environmental stewardship with financial stewardship so that we've taken the actions we've taken over the last 30-plus years in a way that has resulted in mitigating the cost impacts for our customers. We see that with where our current rate structure is. We see it with where the financial community views us with our bond ratings. We're very strong in the bond ratings, so we've been very good. Next couple slides here, I just want to run through some of the things we've done for years in the city. We have the strongest DSM and conservation program in the industry. This program's helped our customers use energy and water more efficiently while preserving the environment. We've got some cost savings there that we've done over $26 million in incentive payments since 2008. We do a calculation in-house and have calculated that equates to over $150 million in local economic impact. One thing that's not on the slide is if you look at what we were forecasting to need from a customer load perspective in 2017, if you go back to 2008 and look at our 10-year plan and say, this is what we would expect to need in 2017, we would have had to build over 100 megawatts of new generation. We're a 600 megawatt system. We've got 700 megawatts of generation, so we would have had to bump that up by over 100 megawatts if we had not done these programs. One of the really strong programs we've done, which is again unique across utilities, is the Neighborhood Reach program, where we took our energy auditing program out into the community. We've served over 9,400 homes. We did target the lower economic end of the spectrum, the older neighborhoods, the lower socioeconomic neighborhoods, to help enrich their quality of life while reducing the energy demands. Between REACH and our other E+ programs, we've dealt with tens of thousands of customers over the years in helping them be more energy efficient and water efficient in how they use those resources. As an organization, we've embraced technology and solar on our facilities. These pictures just represent a number of the city facilities. We have a little over 200 customers or 200 installations, including the city, that have end-user customers under our net metering program, and that's about 2 megawatts of capacity. In addition to that, as you know, we've commissioned the 20-megawatt solar farm out at the airport, Solar Farm 1. As we went into construction of that program, we heard from the community that they wanted to participate in the solar facility. So we developed and offered a solar subscription program. That solar subscription program was sold out or fully subscribed almost immediately. And we're now seeing other utilities, our sister utilities around the state, come to us and say, tell us about your subscription program and how it works. Besides solar, we've looked at other technologies and adopted them over the last few years. This is a continuing process that we're out there looking at what technology changes are happening in our business. I've got 3 of them here. The manager talked earlier about our bus fleet. We've got the new reciprocating engines, the smaller engine generators that we're just now finishing putting in at Hopkins and at the hospital substation, which are quick start and allow us to integrate the solar into our system and still meet our reliability responsibilities. We've got some upcoming milestones. We've talked about the bus fleet, where a third of our fleet will be electric. We've signed the contracts and we're in the permitting and approval phase for Solar Farm 2. We're hoping the developer will go to construction May, June timeframe with the commercial operations about a year from now. We've got a lot of interest. We expect to offer a subscription program of some sort with it going forward. We've got a lot of interest. We've got folks on a waiting list already to do that. The 5th engine that the commission has approved for us to put in at Hopkins will continue to enhance our operational flexibility. So what does all this mean? The things the city have done over the last 20 years, 25 years especially, has resulted in a generation fleet that's one of the most efficient in the country. We burn less fuel for every kilowatt hour we generate for our customers. That means we reduce emissions. 3 of the primary permitted emissions are SO2 and NOx, which are precursors to acid rain. You've heard that over the years is a concern. And then PM is a precursor to asthma and other health issues. Since 1990, we have reduced what we're permitted to emit, what our permits say we can emit from our power plants, by over 95%. With the modifications and enhancements we've done. And our retail rates have remained in the lower end of the rates during that because the customers have gotten the cost savings from the technology and the improvements we've made. On the CO2 emissions, which is the main emission, it's not the only one, but it's the main one from a climate change, global warming perspective. This chart shows where we've gone since 1990. The red line is the total tons of CO2 that we've emitted from the electric utility, from our generating operations. The black line is our customer load, our customer demand. So since 1990, we've had a trending down of the CO2 tons. We're actually emitting less total tons of CO2 today than we did in the 90s, even though we're serving 45–46% more energy. So this has been a long-standing commitment for the city in moving to a sustainable and generating and operational fleet. In the last week or so, we've gone back and we looked at the Paris Accord and the Kyoto Protocol and what the U.S. goals were set in those two documents from the best we can count. In the Paris Accord, they set a 17% reduction in CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions globally by 2020 and a 26 to 28% reduction by 2025. The red bar reflects the electric system CO2 reductions in that time frame. So we're already at like 26% of CO2 emissions since 2008 using the Paris Accord goals. And then the Kyoto Protocol looked at 1990 emissions versus a window from like 2008 to 2012, and there was a 7% reduction targeted for the U.S., and you can see there that we're above that for the same period. And now this is looking at the electric utility versus the global goals, but it demonstrates what the city's been doing for the last 30 years in the area of sustainability. So moving a little away from the history a little bit, we did go out since the commission in October of 17 asked us to start looking at a clean energy plan, and we've gone out and listened to the community. We've done some focus groups of staff, both within the utilities and outside the utilities, as well as some interested citizens. What we've heard is they would like to see a 100% renewable goal, have the goal apply across electric, natural gas, and transportation, which means community-wide, not just city facilities. They believe that the cost will increase. Energy cost is probably going to increase anyway over time. The issue is whether it'll increase more than what it would otherwise increase. And while there's a shared goal, there are differences in timing and the ultimate goal, recognizing the complexity of moving to a 100% renewable operation and still meeting our operational requirements. Historically, we focused on three things as we've worked through the Commission's direction to have a sustainable community and sustainable organization. We focused on the reliability. That's our ability to provide reliable services to our whether it's electric, gas, bus service, other transportation issues that the city's responsible for. We've got to meet the regulatory requirements that we operate under. We've let it be technology driven. As new technology has been developed over time, we've adopted that new technology. And then we've looked at the cost aspect to mitigate the cost to our customers. This is a balancing act. You can't pick just one without looking at the other two if you want to be successful. So we think going forward, we're going to have to continue to have that sort of focus that's reliability, technology, and cost focused. Going forward, we've got a lot of detail in the agenda item, but we look to continue the stakeholder input. We're going to do that through the Citizens Advisory Committee that we have. As the manager indicated, we're asking permission tonight to join Sustainable Tallahassee's Capital Area Sustainability Compact. That's going to give us access to some of the larger users in our community, the universities, the hospitals, the county, the school board, to get their input in the plan. And then we'll be out doing some general citizen input, continue to expand that to get a broader sense of input from our community and our customers. Start working on some of the technical studies that our consultant has identified that we need to start dealing with. Continue reviewing evolving technologies, and as the city manager indicated, we're planning on bringing a draft goal with some interim milestones back to the commission at your June 19th meeting. So I'll skip the last slide because it's just a repeat of what the manager indicated. We're asking for approval tonight, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Wonderful. Before we get into detailed questions and discussion at the commission, let's hear from the public. And so, again, I'm going to ask you that, of course, if you want to come and speak, 3-minute time limit. I'm asking for your respect on that. Name and address for the record. If you want to waive in support of a previous speaker or waive against the previous speaker's position, somebody's position that might not, that you agree with, feel free to do so as well. Mr. Cook, walk us through the public comments.
All right. The first speaker at this portion of our meeting is Brian Lee. Brian Lee will be followed by Munir Humayon.
Brian, it's great to see you. Welcome back to the City Commission chambers. Your name and address for the record, please. And if we could try to keep it to 3 minutes so everybody has an opportunity to speak, that'd be great.
And I'll give you a heads up at about 2.5.
Thank you. I probably won't even hit that. Good evening, Mayor Daley and Commissioners. I'm Brian Lee. I live at 1203 Buckingham Drive. I serve the citizens of Leon County as a Leon Soil and Water Conservation District Supervisor, but I am speaking before you tonight as a private citizen rather than on behalf of that board. I am very excited that the city is taking action towards 100% renewable energy. Those of you that I've spoken with about energy issues definitely already know that. The very good resolution that has been provided to you with an initial goal of 100% renewable energy by 2035 will help us to move forward the way that we need to. So I'm here this evening to request that you accept the status report in Agenda Item 1305, authorize the city to join the compact, and authorize the city to schedule a vote to adopt the resolution at the next meeting of this City Commission rather than waiting until June. The realities of climate change are all around us, and I recommend moving forward with great urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Appreciate it.
Next speaker is Munir Humayon, and then Grant Gelhart.
Good evening. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
The name is Munir Humayon. The address is 2315 Burgoyne Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. I'm a professor at the Department of Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Science, and I'm also a researcher at the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory. In my line of work, we are very well aware of the dangers posed by continued emissions of CO2 and the very urgent need to have very drastic cuts, more drastic than even the Paris Climate Accords would give. Most of us realize that we are going to sustain some direct damage because even the Paris Climate Accords wish to keep that to about 2 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. And that alone will mean more intense hurricanes and other problems. Because reducing emissions is a moral imperative for us, the thing that we really need to do is have a clean energy plan in place to see how we're going to get to 100% renewable by 2035. And I strongly endorse the creation of a clean energy plan as quickly as possible. The reason for this is that we know that the technology to get rid of CO2 exists today, and particularly in the form of PV. And I commend what has been done so far by the city utilities, which has been to install about 60 megawatts by the end of 2020 in PV. The costs of PV are probably not going to be what limits the adoption of the Clean Energy Plan because they're currently sufficiently low that it is economical to put in PV in place of even natural gas-fired generation. What was going to hurt us, and I didn't see the graph, but it's in the report that Rob Magera attached to this, is that you have intermittency associated with PV. And so if we are to install a larger amount of PV, we need to put up more battery storage to pick up against the intermittency. And that's where the problem is going to lie because battery storage is much younger technology. There is technology, but it's very expensive now. The price on it is decreasing. We see it halving about every 3 to 5 years. But we don't know where it's going to be by 2035, for example. And so how fast battery storage falls will control the rate at which we can adopt PV without compromising either the reliability of the grid, as Rob Magera just emphasized, or increasing the costs of electricity to the point that they fall disproportionately, unfortunately, on our low-income members of the community. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to make the plan as quickly as possible because the plan would set benchmarks, and those benchmarks would be something of the form that says for every 100 megawatts of PV, you need that many gigawatt hours of storage. The storage comes with the cost, and we can see if that cost would be acceptable or not. But since pricing will change with time, we could review this every year by the elected representatives of the people as well as by the stakeholders to see how low would those costs be and how much would you have to increase the price of electricity, for example, to continue an aggressive PV adoption.
You're at about
This
3 minutes.
requires, this requires that we do get those technical studies done as quickly as possible, because without that, we can't make an intelligent decision on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was one of the best explanations on a very complex issue that I have ever heard. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, Grant Gelhart, and then Kim Ross.
Mr. Gelhart, welcome back. Your name and address for the record,
I'm
please.
glad to be back. Again, it's Grant Gelhart. I'm at 1906 Giulianini, and I'm president of the Indian Head Acres Neighborhood Association, Indian Head Lehigh Neighborhood Association, and also chair of the Big Bend Sierra Club. I urge you folks to move ahead and adopt the Capital Area Sustainability Compact. I think that's a great program. I think combining the city, the county, the universities, and the hospital to get together, and hopefully the Chamber of Commerce, to get together and look at what needs to be done is the way to do it. Get an overall feel, and getting those powerhouses together and working on a solution, you'll get a great solution. That said, I also believe that the city needs to lead by example. We talked about Star Metro. I think that Star Metro could go 100% renewable by 2035. There's no reason why you cannot set that as a goal in a plan. That is absolutely low-hanging fruit, and I urge you to take a look at that and direct staff to look at the possibility and what's involved with having Star Metro 100% electrical fleet by 2035. Also, I think the city can also look at their own fleet, their own cars. What's involved with getting those cars, their fleet, everything's turning electric. I saw something in the online about Ford getting these big pickup trucks, those 150s, they're going electric. I saw Caterpillar doing big machinery going electric. So the city can go electric on those cars. Again, make that a goal for 2035, go electric on all the cars and the vehicles. Or do a plan to see how to do it, if it can be done, and the cost. So look at those plans for both Star Metro, the city fleet. Also look at the city's buildings. Come up with a plan to see what would be required to retrofit those buildings, to put solar panels on those buildings, and try to get the city to be 100% renewable on their own infrastructure and their own buildings. I think it is absolutely necessary to aspire to a goal of 100% renewable. Come up with a plan, look at it, see what's involved, see how to get there, what the costs are. But unless you develop a plan and look at it, to say that it can't be done, you don't have the data. So make a plan, develop a plan, come up with an aspirational goal of 100% renewable, whether it's 2035, 2050, whatever, but come up with a date and come up with a plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grant.
Next is Kim Ross, and then Darwin Gamble.
Mr. Ross, great to see you. Thanks for staying.
All right, thank you for having us. Kim Ross, 1203 Buckingham Drive. I am the executive director of Rethink Energy Florida. Part of what we do is work around the state and with organizations working around the country to move cities and counties to carbon-free, 100% renewable future. Now, city staff has already done a lot to move this city in the progressive direction of renewable energy. But in this case, and I know we usually say it the opposite, good should not stand in the way of great. Part of what we lack is a clear goal that puts us on the map as a city working toward 100% renewable energy by a date certain. We're working on it, but we aren't being recognized for it. That includes financial recognition from organizations such as the Bloomberg Foundation that gave $2.5 million each to Orlando and St. Pete because they are already on the path. We know that climate change is here, from Hurricane Michael, the third most intense storm in record, hitting our coast, to this cold weather, actually, which is actually caused by a polar vortex, which is exacerbated by the melting in the Arctic, to the fires in the west and sea level rise down south. The reports are out and show that if we don't take action now, the costs, economic, health, environmental, are immense, and they will continue to grow the longer we delay. The former commission gave some direction, but the staff needs clear direction from this commission, which is the way that direction should go from commission to staff. You are a new commission. You understand that we need to set goals to aim for aspirationally, deadlines to meet, and to think outside the box beyond just what the utility does, which does a great job, but this is a community-wide need, a community-wide effort, and the scope and staff assigned to the project should be beyond just the utility's efforts. So on the agenda item, I ask that you accept the status report, of course, authorize the city to join the compact. That is an excellent, good step. And finally, I don't see any reason, though, to push setting the goal and defining the scope to June. We have shared a resolution with each and every one of you. We've wordsmithed that resolution with lots and lots and lots of people and organizations. And, one of the things that Mr. McGarris said was a shared goal. There's a shared goal, but a difference in the ultimate goal. We've been working on that. And so we ask that you place that resolution on the agenda for February. I'm happy to sit down with any of you, as I have already with most of you, thank you. And I'm happy to sit down with staff or any groups or members of the public that would like either a presentation or to discuss their concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Darwin Gamble.
Mr. Gamble, it's good to see you, sir.
He'll be followed by Steve Bean.
Darwin Gamble, 1248 Halifax Court. I'm a member of the Democratic Environmental Caucus and several other organizations. Back in 2007, the Leon County Commission decided to set a goal. The commission set a goal that went like this. We want to reduce greenhouse gases from county operations by 20% over 10 years. Now, some people might think 20% is an ambitious goal. 10 years later, the county staff reported that they had reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 24%. So they exceeded the goal. Now, it's easy, I think, to sometimes underestimate what we can do, especially if we haven't done it before. So don't underestimate what city staff can do. As a matter of fact, after watching Rob McGarrett's presentation, I'm thoroughly convinced that your staff can accomplish almost anything by 2035 if you tell them to do so. They will try their best to do it, but they need the full support of this commission. But please, don't tell them to wait till June to start the planning process. Remember, June is the first month of the hurricane season, and the Division of Emergency Management says the first thing you should do is get a plan. Have it in place. Have a disaster plan in place before hurricane season starts. Well, climate change has already started, and we don't have a plan yet. We need one as soon as possible, so please start one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gamble.
Steve Bean, and then he'll be followed by Lauren Corey.
Steve, great to see you.
Hi, Steve Bean, 1101 Pine Street. I heard Mr. Baines earlier today say that 2035, that's not very ambitious at all. We can get there a lot faster than that. It's the first time I've heard anyone say that about our goal of getting off fossil fuels by 2035. But it is ambitious. And there are unknowns, as Professor Humayun was saying. We don't know the future. We don't know how fast battery storage is going to go down. In drafting this resolution that we've provided for your consideration, we tried to take into account the uncertainties. We're suggesting that you formalize the goal of 100% clean renewable energy by 2035, but you give yourself wiggle room. The resolution that we've proposed says it's a flexible goal. It can be modified based on additional information. The idea is to set an ambitious goal and work toward it and do the best we can. We're asking you to pass a resolution, probably the next meeting, formalizing the goal. But the resolution is the beginning, not the end. I think that staff, as I read the staff report for the agenda item, in addition to talking about how complicated this whole issue is, which it is, staff is saying they want guidance from the commission. Talking to staff also, they've told me they want guidance from the new commission to see where you're going. And we want you to give them guidance, but a resolution isn't enough. This is a big project. It really needs the whole community, and it needs your continued commitment to lead this effort. We want Tallahassee to be a leader in the fight for climate change, but Tallahassee alone, no matter what we do, isn't going to solve climate change. We have to be an example for other cities too. With a resolution and real leadership from the committee, from the commission, you can set an example for other cities too. And even though Tallahassee alone can't solve climate change, many, many, many cities working together can have a big impact. That's what we want to see.
Thank you, Mr. Bean.
Lauren Corey, and then Tyler Dye.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you.
My name is Lauren Corey. I live at 3129 Middlebrook Circle. I just graduated from, sorry, is that really loud? I just graduated from FSU. I studied political science and environment and society, but I also grew up in Tallahassee. I lived here since I was 2. My whole family is here, and it's a very important city to me. Excuse me. I'm very thankful for everything that the city has done towards becoming a very sustainable place, the solar plant, everything that we're doing. But I'm a little concerned that we're not being quite aggressive enough, because climate change is happening now, and we've seen this. Other folks have come up here and said that. Same thing, we've seen it. Hurricane Michael was absolutely devastating to neighboring counties. My family lives in Tallahassee, and I was so scared that they were going to be harmed by that storm. It intensified so quickly because of warm waters that are just fuel to hurricanes. And I'm just extremely worried that if we don't act as soon as we can, we're not going to be able to prevent devastating storms from actually giving the brunt force that they could have to this community and hurting our families. So I ask you to take action now. Absolutely authorize the Sustainability Compact. I think it's great. But please do not allow further delay to setting a plan against climate change. Approve the resolution that so many community members and organizations have brought forth towards you. Set a goal, 100% by 2035. It's ambitious, but if we don't set a goal, what are we going to do? We have to start somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tyler Dye is the next speaker, and he'll be followed by Ken Hayes.
Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Dye from 508 Ausley Road. I'm a college student studying biology, and I don't normally come to city commissioner meetings. I'll be honest about that. However, on an issue that directly affects climate change, I had to come out. Like, it forces people just like myself to come and speak out, and I thought this was a perfect opportunity. So I speak on behalf of Florida State University's Environmental Service Program. We have concerns about climate change and the consequences that will follow it. And I speak not only as that, but as a citizen and a young man who is worried for my own and my children's futures. With this being said, I'm asking you not to delay this decision for 100% renewable energy until June. Why do we have to wait that long? And to approve Tally 35's resolution at the next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ken Hayes is next, and then Pam McVetti.
Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen, ladies. My name's Ken Hayes. I reside at 1935 Danacoke Circle. I applaud you for having the best utility staff I've had the opportunity to work with. The fact that they've reduced the CO2 output dramatically over the last 30 years is great. However, we're wanting to go a lot further. And one of the things I'm going to hit is that I believe that rather than any more of the quick start reciprocating generators to do load smoothing, they should be exploring battery storage. And in particular, I think they need to be looking at distributed storage so that every substation has its own backup storage so that if something happens to the transmission lines, it's good for 10 minutes, half an hour, until they get a chance to get the transmission lines stabilized. I'm not talking about keeping it up for weeks after, like we had after Hermine, but keeping it up for a little bit while things get settled down. Now, is that going to be cheap? No. Is it available today? I don't know. However, I think they need to get started looking. My suggestion is accept the report, join the compact, and introduce the resolution tonight and pass it next meeting in February. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam McVetti and then Bart Bibler.
Pam McVeety, 2012 Middlewood Drive. I pretty much crossed out everything I was going to say to you. I'm here as a person of faith representing First Presbyterian Church down the street and as the Caring for Creation enabler for the Florida Presbytery. And I was here to tell you, and my message doesn't change, just how absolutely harmful climate change is to the disadvantaged in our society. In fact, stopping climate change is the greatest moral challenge humanity has ever faced. And it's the least of these who are harmed the most. Climate change amplifies all forms of injustice: hunger, refugees, racism, poverty, inequality, and even war. But I know you get this. You lived through Hurricane Michael just like I did. I know you know how bad it is. But I think there's a couple things you may not really appreciate. The city has done a fabulous job beyond my wildest expectations. But we need to do more. With the current federal government we have, with the current state leadership we have, nothing is happening to address climate change. All of us are dependent upon local governments. We have a bottom-up approach. And without you, we won't be able to make the Paris Climate Accord goals. You are our lifeline. And I would point out just one technical difference. The Paris Climate Accord calls for a 2-degree temperature increase, not to exceed it. That's too high. It also had an aspirational goal of 1.5 degrees centigrade. And that's the goal. That's the goal our community needs to be looking at. We're going to make the 2 degrees. We need to make the 1.5 degree, because already with 1 degree of warming, a lot is happening, and it's mostly happening to the poor and disadvantaged in our community, and they are the least able to respond to it. So, what do I want? My message is simple. I want you to stay the course. I want you to support the resolution formalizing the city's commitment to 100% renewable energy by 2035. Please don't delay. We're all counting on you. Thank you.
Bart Bibler is next, and Mayor and Commissioners, about a half dozen more speakers just to give you an idea of where we are. He'll be followed by John Hedrick.
Mr. Bibler. Great to see you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bart Bibler. I live at 3673 Mossy Creek Lane. In a nutshell, I'm disappointed. I feel we've been misled, and that we've wasted 15 months. In front of you is the City Commission motion that was adopted 15 months ago. And in red, you'll see that that included a unanimous directive to bring back to the Commission a recommendation for a community-wide plan. Here's your staff update report, i.e. the translation of that motion. The City Commission directed staff to explore the development of a long-range clean energy plan while still maintaining a reliable electric system, blah, blah, blah. I'm lost. Somebody help me with the translation. This should have included your growth management department and your Office of Resilience, both with expertise in developing community plans. Instead, it was clear that this was only handed off to the City Electric Department, resulting in this electric utility consultant's report recommending greater than 100 more studies before you adopt a clean energy plan. The City of Tallahassee isn't alone. We can learn from others. Just a few Florida examples. The City of Orlando launched its Green Works program in 2007 and has both a community action plan and a municipal action plan, including its Orlando Utilities Commission. The Southeast Florida Regional Compact Action Plan was first adopted in 2012, updated again in 2017 through community participation forums. The Tampa Bay Regional Resiliency Coalition's Memorandum of Understanding emphasizes the importance of community involvement, including businesses, organizations, associates, and individuals. We have consistently stated that we want a Tallahassee, Leon County community clean energy plan, 100% renewable by 2035. That's a flexible goal. This should be measured by the Community Carbon Dioxide Scorecard for Leon County, a sustainable Tallahassee product, been reviewed by staff, been posted on the Sustainable Tallahassee website for 3 years. This is crucial
about 2.5.
because it should be measured by the data behind the scorecard from dozens of sources is based on the geographic scope of Leon County.
Mr. Bibler, could I ask you to wrap your comments up, please?
I certainly will.
Thank you.
The problem with the capital, I support you join in the capital area sustainable compact. Problem, though, is that there is not good public involvement. The public participation is insufficient. Lastly, I support the Tally 35 resolution and urge you to adopt it at your next commission meeting. Clearly, the House is on fire. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Hedrick is approaching the microphone, and then next speaker will be Del Cates.
Thank you.
Did you want to announce the next one so they can line up?
That would be Kara Fleischer. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm John Hedrick, live at 1551 Cristobal Drive. I'm here in my capacities as co-chair of the Tally 35 Coalition, and I'm also, due to the different places I chair, I'm also authorized to speak in favor of the Democratic Party here in Leon County. But obviously, this is a community-wide effort and a nonpartisan effort as such. I was very glad to see y'all recognize earlier today the FAMU football team and what they did for their efforts at hurricane recovery for Michael. I would just say as a side note that a recent article coming out from the Tampa Bay Times showed that unfortunately the monies donated for Hurricane Michael efforts have far lagged behind many other disasters in the United States and even Florida, such as Irma. So if anyone's so motivated, they can go to www.volunteerflorida.org and so choose. But the devastation wrought there, and as we know, but for the grace of God or whatever, that storm could have tilted just a little further our direction, and we would have been dealing with an awful lot of the same things that they've been dealing with over there. And the reason that's significant is a lot of people don't realize that storm was a lot more powerful than you realize, is that the gauge at Tyndall, at the point it broke, registered 225 miles an hour. That's like tornadic. You're on that scale instead of the hurricane scale of winds that can go through a community. And this is why this is such an urgent matter. And I have to take it back to as we've already talked about a little bit, October of 2017. We thought we were going, at that point, we were going to be moving forward pretty aggressively in the community towards getting not only a planning process together, but getting a plan down. That's why it's so important for what you're adopting ultimately with the resolution is we obviously, it would be ideal if you can go ahead and adopt that resolution tonight as an amendment to what the staff has said about June and substitute in dates such as early March to get the planning process in place to have the community involvement. And then by the end of this year, come back and have a plan adopted by this commission. That's all very doable. And it's all something we should be doing out there. Because quite literally, I think our lives in this community, as well as elsewhere in the country and the world, they really do depend on it. And so I'm just asking you, we need to proceed at the quickest pace possible to getting us where we can get with this, and in such a way, the plan will tell us right up front what a lot of the costs and everything that's going to be involved in this, which we're going to have to hurdle. But I think we can do this. The utilities have already shown they can do a lot. They need to be given this direction, and the community needs to be involved in this effort. And I thank you for moving this all forward.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kara Fleischer, and then Ron Georgialis.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's good to see you all again. I'm Kara Fleischer, 4706 Inisheer Court. I was recently elected as Leon Soil and Water Conservation District Supervisor, but I'm here on behalf of St. Paul's United Methodist Church as their Creation Care Leader, and also part of the Florida United Methodist Task Force on Creation Care. I have edited this since a lot of it has already been said, but as a Creation Care Leader, I believe it is our moral calling to advocate for changes to help the environment so we can give cleaner air and cleaner futures for our children, our families, and our neighbors. I'm hopeful that you will bring our resolution that has come together from a large, wide group of environmental advocates and citizens and has been gone over and over, that you will approve that at the February meeting. My children struggle with asthma, and as well as 2.6 million children in Florida. Asthma rates are on the rise, and African American children are hit the hardest at more than 3 times the rate of other children. Reducing air pollution alone in Tallahassee would help them and countless others breathe easier, save money on medical bills, and potentially save lives. Many of you grew up in Tallahassee just like I did, and like me, you probably picture yourself with your kids raising their families here. Well, if we don't make these changes by the time our children are our age, this will be a very different place. We're going to see sea level rise in South Florida, which is going to bring climate refugees to our area. We're going to have stronger superstorms. Zika virus will make its home here because of the warmer temperatures. So we have an opportunity with the 100% renewable by 2035 resolution to take the bold step towards putting the future of our community first and leading the way to a healthier and more sustainable way of life in North Florida. My kids and yours will thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Georgialis, followed by Jennifer Rogers.
How are you doing?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ron Georgialis, 412 West Jefferson Street.
I too am here to express my support for the 2035 Renewable Energy Resolution. I am an FSU graduate student of anthropology, and I have for a long time been a member of the Environmental Service Program here at FSU. And I'm originally from Long Island, which, like most of Florida, is highly vulnerable to climate change. So my family, like Tallahassee residents, has a personal stake in urgent legislative action to combat climate change. For this reason, I believe that any additional meetings about this particular proposal are unnecessary. Therefore, I urge the Commission to please authorize the Sustainability Compact without further delay. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Jennifer Rogers, and then Lakey Love.
Hi, how are you?
Jennifer Rogers, 508 Osley Road. And I come here as a constituent and as a graduate student at Florida State University, studying the direct effects of climate change. And I want to encourage you all, again, to vote to make Tallahassee 100% renewable by 2035 and not delay until June to approve a clean energy plan. Thank you, and I hope you vote at your next meeting.
Thank you.
Lakey Love, and I believe I'm gathering one more card here, Mayor.
Hello, Lakey.
Mayor Daley and Commissioners. Lakey Love, 1511 Melvin Street. I am also here to echo support of people who have commented before, including Brian Lee and Kim Ross, to urge you not to delay. I want to support the community-wide clean energy plan, but I also want to express my concern that city staff have not clearly outlined feedback and how people from the city can contribute and give input on how exactly the outputs are going to take place. We have amazing universities here, and we've already heard from a few graduate students that have come to the mic on this issue and a few scholars in the field. I think it's imperative that we open this process to an innovation accelerator kind of program that would allow increased input on further plans beyond just our city electricity into how to make Tallahassee a more green space. We have lots of unutilized spaces in town where we could put organic gardens and other things to accelerate renewable energy across the city beyond just the city utilities. So I want to urge you, again, like all of my predecessors, to vote in February to accelerate the vote on this plan and to also further expand and think about widening the girth of citizen input.
Thank you.
And Curtis Baines, and then following Curtis Baines, Shirley Zahn is the last speaker for whom I have a card.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Curtis Baines, 1323 East Tennessee Street. I want to take 1/3 of my presentation from earlier and combine it with 2 minutes here to make my total 3 minutes on this issue. So I want to go through this pretty quickly. I am a big picture kind of guy. I like to see big pictures. And that helps me to understand where we are, where we're going, where we've come from. Now, I didn't understand what the professor was talking about, and I didn't understand a lot of what Ms. McGarrett was talking about, but I know what gets done. And what gets done gets measured. And if it's not measured, it will never get done. What I would like to see in these chambers, every time you have an update on this item, a chart that shows our progress toward achieving our goals in a longitudinal way with a graph, one graph that shows what the sources of our generation and where our goal is, so that we can constantly be reminded as to where we are trying to go and where we are in getting there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shirley Zahn. And then I do have an additional card from Janai Lewis.
Great to see you.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor Bailey.
I would like to just be very brief and 2 points. I would like you to move forward with the Tally 35 plan and proceed with it in February, not June. And number 2, I would just like to ask everyone here who's in support of that to please stand, and if you are able, or at least wave, please, everyone. Thank you.
Good. Next speaker is Janai Lewis.
Hello, thank you for saying my name correctly. Most people don't get it on the first time. I live at 301 East Call Street, and I'm a citizen, but also the coordinator for the Sunrise Movement Tallahassee Hub. We are an organization that wants an aggressive solution to an aggressive problem. We want clean air and water and good jobs for everyone. You may have heard of the Green New Deal. That we are pushing for that, and you'll probably see my face somewhere. The mayor asked for us to waive and give our time out of respect for everyone's time. And so I will ask that the board respect our time in not delaying this urgent issue any longer and voting at the next meeting. I am from one of the coastal communities that was devastated by Hurricane Michael. Tallahassee loves to come to St. George Island. That is my home. And not only were we devastated by the hurricane, our fisheries have been on the decline for most of my life. The oyster beds had basically 100% destruction from the storm. I've watched as our economy has collapsed. People have lost their livelihoods. Also growing up, before Crawfordville had a Walmart, my family would drive an hour and a half every weekend to come up to Tallahassee to go shopping. And for the people in my hometown, Tallahassee is escaping, it is opportunity, it is our city on a hill for so many people from the rural communities around here. I came here in high school for the opportunity to get a good education, and I'm so thankful for this city. The city is my second home. And so when we're talking about what we being an example and being a leader, I want to say that we're not just a leader in the state of Florida and like in some abstract sense of, I don't know, wanting to get money from the Bluebird Fund and getting that kind of recognition, but in the way that there are communities that have been devastated by climate change, people that are really affected. You heard people talk about how it is people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds that have the least means to make changes and do the things that Tallahassee should be stepping up and doing. And so I just want to say that you have a very local impact and a very local role as leaders in the community. And, you know, as our economy continues to collapse, more and more of us will come up to Tallahassee. So just also brace for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last speaker I have on item 13.05.
Thank you. Wonderful. And I appreciate everybody coming out and participating. I'm going to ask the city manager to one more time at least repeat what the staff recommendation is as the beginning, and then we'll open up for conversation and motions.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Let me turn to that page so I get this accurately. So, of course, we're asking for you to accept the report tonight. That would be customary anytime we provide you a report. In addition to that, we're asking you to authorize us to join the Sustainable Tallahassee Capital Area Sustainable Compact. Also direct me, the city manager, to move forward the next steps contained in the agenda item, which include the development of a proposed renewable goal and milestone for your consideration at your June 19th meeting. I'll elaborate on that last statement. So you heard a lot about the goal year. 2035 was stated. We mean that goal year. I think you start there. You've also heard, I'll single you out, Mr. Gelhart, because you articulated it well. Milestones that may include the city facilities and what we do with our city facilities, our light-duty vehicles that we operate as a city operation, which are numerous, our bus fleet, which we're already ahead of the curve on. So I would think those would be good examples of milestones that would be contained in the recommendation back to you. What we're saying is a goal that would then precipitate itself to a plan, an action plan, but you would start with that goal, which would include the goal year and major milestones to work from. That's our recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful. Colleagues. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank everybody for coming out to speak tonight. I know it's been a while and we had a break, so we appreciate you sticking around, and certainly appreciate all the young people coming out and getting involved. I know this particular issue will probably affect you and your children more than it will us, so we appreciate you taking the lead on that. First, I just like to say we've made tremendous progress, as Mr. Magera has showed. Half of the emissions from the that we had in the 1990s, and the demand's up 45%. I think that's fantastic. We should celebrate that as a milestone, and we are moving in the right direction. But I think where we ended up here now from the leadership that our previous commission and Commissioner Richardson showed when they made the motion, they did start the ball rolling on this, and I think people are a bit frustrated that we haven't adopted a formal resolution to that outside of the motion, and people have expressed to me that they felt like we dragged our feet a little bit, and they want to put the feet to the fire because literally they think the world's dying, and I tend to agree. So I think we need to listen to that, and I think what we did do since the motion, the in-front study, it identified a lot of studies. I personally took issue with a few things. I don't think we actually even hit all the benchmarks that contract asked for, which was not just identifying the studies, but who would do the studies, what the chronological order of the studies would be. And then just to have that contract come back 3 months late, I think people largely feel like we're not taking this seriously. And I hope tonight we can send a message that yes, we are taking this seriously, and we want to move forward in that direction. Another mention in that study was that just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It talked about the motive of the commission in declaring this directive. And for me, the only motive of this commission is to implement the will of the people. The motive to act on climate change is for our children. It's for our grandchildren. I don't think that there's any other side motives, but it's a hard subject to approach because nobody's really done it before. So we're all kind of going at this blind. We know where we need to get. We don't necessarily know how we need to get there. As was explained, we're waiting for battery storage to catch up and the price. But that doesn't mean we can't set concrete goals. We can't determine how astronomically expensive it is now and state that. And so we know where we're at, what we're dealing with, what the price range is, where we need the price range to get. I think those are the types of questions that people are trying to answer. And I think largely we're in a dire situation, and the federal government has remained silent on it. And, that's a problem in its own right. I think other actions we could take as a city, because if you think that one voice or one person can change the world, I think one city can certainly send a message to the federal government and to the people in this industry that, yes, we're ready to buy when you're ready to deliver at the right price. And I think by forwarding a resolution like this, we send that message both to the federal government and to the marketplace. So the city can't save the world, but I think we can at least try. So I'll support authorizing the city to join the Sustainable Tallahassee Capital Area Sustainability Compact. I think I got that right. And I also think, and I like to make this a motion, that we come back in February 20th, so everyone has an opportunity to review the resolution that the public has brought to us and consider if that's something we'd like to adopt at our February 20th meeting. And part of that resolution, as I read it, they are requesting that we bring in some outside help to determine how we want to design this plan, because I think there's a bit of a conflict of interest in that. This is hard for us. We don't necessarily know how to get there. We have our own interests to protect with our utility, and I absolutely understand those, but we need to be comparing apples to oranges. So I hope we could at least talk about that concept when we come back on February 20th and address it. That's all.
There's a motion on the table, Commissioner Matlow, to move forward with accepting the status report to authorize the city to join the Sustainable Tallahassee Capital Area Sustainability Compact. Am I correct in assuming that it also includes directing the city manager to move forward with the next steps contained in the agenda, but to bring the resolution as it's proposed by the community back for consideration at the February 20th meeting?
Yes, I believe that's correct, but I think there will be some conflict in the resolution language and the actual June date about how we set those milestones. So either way works with me, depending on the feel of the board.
Not clear on the motion.
Okay. Right. Okay. Accept the sustainability contract and bring the resolution to the February 20th meeting to vote at. We'll just put it at this too.
Okay. Accept the sustainability, accept the status report, join the compact, bring the resolution back on the 20th. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it for discussion. My discussion on it is, I think we're good on the first two items. Where I have a little heartburn is, I would like to see the resolution worked on with the Tally 35 group, with our staff, with providing all the information that is needed, and bring that back, bring this resolution, because I'm not smart enough, I'll just say it that way, to understand, as Mr. Bain said, to understand all of this. You know, I'm not an environmentalist, I'm learning. I'm an IT person, and I bet you I could say some things you wouldn't understand. So what I'm saying is that we need to bring the two bodies together, to work together, to come up with a resolution that we can all live by. As a candidate, I did sign the Tally 2035 pledge, and I did commit to that. I'm learning more and more about this process, and I'm not seeing where, I know there's an urgency, but I'm not seeing where 2035 is a magic number. I know we're saying it's flexible, but we do need to have some timelines, some deadlines that we can go to, and not have like a drop dead. It has to be done by this date or else, because I don't want to come back here in my wheelchair in 2035 with someone saying, well, you all, like Mr. Bettler put up, you all said that you were going to do this by 2035, and it's 2035 and you haven't done it, so what's going to happen? So I think that we need to bring those two groups together to come up with a resolution that we can live by, that we can commit to, with some reasonable milestones, deadlines, and dates. And I think that can be done by February. I think it can be done by at least a draft or something that we can look at. I understand what everyone is saying about something was promised, a year and a half ago, and we're a year and a half in, and you're not seeing what you need to see. I can appreciate that. But we want to do it right. And as far as climate control, climate change is concerned, I get that. I agree. It is real. But by making Tallahassee the leader in this, and the region around us is not included and not a part, a storm is not going to come and skip us and hit everybody else who doesn't have a plan. So we've got to make sure that regionally, I'm all with Tallahassee leading, but we've got to have Gadsden, we've got to have Wakulla, we've got to have the surrounding area ready in a situation where we're dealing with climate change. So I think we need to come together with the group, with the Tally 35 and staff, and let's do it expeditiously and come back with something that we can all look at and try to live by.
Okay. So you seconded for discussion. Are you leaving the second on the motion to bring back the 2035 resolution for full consideration at the February 20th meeting?
I want to hear more discussion. I thought I heard somebody else about to discuss.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yes. Let me say that the plan that I looked at today, and so I'm saying it was today because that's when I had opportunity to get it, but we need to move as expeditiously as the plan will dictate. I think February is a good date to bring back a resolution, The resolution only outlines the things that we want to accomplish at a very high level. And from there, you actually develop the plan, which will have milestones. So I just want to just start by saying I'm totally in favor of next month bringing back this resolution that has input, as Diane has outlined, from all parties that need to have input. I was told that this plan already has a lot of input from a lot of different parties that have vested interest. And if there are others, we need to do that. And then we definitely need to align ourselves together with the city of Tallahassee and Mr. McGarrett and the work that has gone into getting us where we are today as we plan to move forward. So I am certainly in support of the February date and the other two items that are a part of this motion.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, I would be complimentary of staff in what they've done over the years to get the city of Tallahassee to where we are. I think we've been a leader in that respect. Are we as far along as we would want to be? Probably not. But I think Commissioner Williams-Cox has made an excellent point. A storm isn't going to skip over Tallahassee to hit somewhere else. So I think that, and I don't think that staff in any way has intentionally drugged their feet. You all have to recall that from the time we adopted this plan to move forward, you know, we had a tremendous hurricane that came through here that certainly acquired a lot of time and resources on the part of our staff and our utilities. We've had other issues in the community that, and that's not to say that we shouldn't not focus on this, but I think it has to be as a partnership. I don't know that, and I certainly appreciate all the time and effort that citizens have put into this, and especially drafting the resolution. But in order because I know that you wouldn't want it the other way, for the city to have drafted a resolution and just give it to you and say, this is what you need to adopt. You know, as the climate, what is it called? I'm sorry, the name of the group?
Tally 35.
Tally 35, I'm sorry. And so it has to be a partnership so that everybody has buy-in. I believe that climate change is real. I believe that it's something that all of us, statewide, nationally, ought to be addressing. But I don't know that there is a sense of urgency to bring this resolution back in February. And y'all, February is tomorrow. You know, so we're talking just a few days before our next meeting. And so I think that I agree with Commissioner Williams-Cox that, you know, if we take our time and staff is working with Tally 35, we can come up with something that everybody can feel comfortable with. And so I'm okay with the June deadline as long as it certainly doesn't go any farther than that, if we can all agree that that will be the timeline that we will adhere to.
Mayor.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
And if we could say that if we could say by, so that it can happen sooner if it's possible.
Right.
If we can use that terminology, if we can do it sooner, we can do it sooner. But by meaning no later than June, I'm comfortable with that. But back to the resolution, I think we're dealing with a two-step here. We're talking about a resolution and we're talking about a plan. And I think the resolution, absolutely can be worked on and be ready for February because it's pretty much drafted. It's just a matter of what can we agree to here and what can we not agree to here. And let's come to an agreement by February 20th to get that part done. Meanwhile, we could still be working on the plan. We can do more than one thing at a time. And we could already begin to, work on a plan and work with whomever we need to work with to get that information. Now, the other part was, in this resolution, it says that the city will hire experts to provide a report with technical analysis. So now we're talking about fiscal impact.
Absolutely, with that
So
analysis.
where does that come from in our current budget? What does that mean? How many people? How much does it cost? All of those kinds of things would also be something that need to be considered. So I'm okay with them. To be clear, Mayor, I second the motion for discussion. I want to make sure that we do those first two things and that we can work on the resolution that will be a collaborative effort brought back to the February meeting with a plan being developed that we will be able to look at no later than or by June 19th.
Wonderful. Sure.
I just wanted to ask the city manager, Mr. City Manager,
Yes, sir.
is it realistic that you all could bring this resolution back to us with the kind of information that we're going to need to make an intelligent and informed decision? Actually, it won't be February 20th because the agenda material will have to go out before that. So you're talking maybe a week to 10 days, business days prior to that meeting.
That's right. I think your timeline is right, Commissioner Richardson. And I've glanced at the resolution. I'll be honest with you, I don't think we're far apart.
Okay.
I agree.
In terms of what we've been thinking about this a lot. We've done a lot of research. We've looked at what others are doing. I don't think we're a long way apart. Now, do we get to complete agreement within the next week or so? I think your timeline is correct. I don't know that. But we would issue the agenda on February 13th for your February 20th meeting. We could certainly do it. If we don't reach agreement, we could tell you where we're not in agreement. Maybe that gives you some idea of consideration. I don't believe it entails all of the things that we would ultimately establish in the goals. So I don't believe they're incongruent, if you will. So I think that we'll give it the best chance we've got and identify those areas, and we may be different, and maybe that helps us move forward a little bit.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
City Manager, could we also, because I've heard in some of the comments that we needed to include the sustainability office in some of this, so can we also include someone from that area to help with this, with the resolution and development of the plan, just to make sure that we're not just looking at it from utilities point of view?
We will, and Abena Ojitayo, who you know has been involved in this conversation with us. In fact, as it relates to, we've sat in on numerous meetings regarding the Sustainability Compact as a precursor to joining the group, and she's participated in those meetings. So she's engaged on board.
Okay.
We'll continue to expose her to the entire discussion.
Commissioner Matlow.
And yeah, I agree. I don't think we're all too far apart. I think this resolution pretty much just speaks to what was motion 14 months ago, and it just officially declares that aspirational goal. So I think I would like to see city staff and the community partners meet in advance, see if there's language that we want to change, and if we can come to something agreeable, great. If not, come back with two different versions that we can discuss the difference of on the 20th.
Excellent. Any final comment?
I'm still in favor of the plan. The next commission meeting, us having before us a review of this resolution. And I think if we read it closely, we've been talking about a June time frame to come back for and in their recommendation, they have, I think, December 31st. So we really need to go and read it, and I think it might be more amenable than we might think.
I think, if I could just jump in one more time, I think there's three separate, there's the resolution.
I'm talking resolution.
Right, one, and then I think the June conversation is to come back with some concrete goals. What year can we get our fleet renewable? What year can we get our city buildings renewable? What are our goals for percentage of solar? Those types of concrete things that we can reach as we go. I think that's what the city wants to bring back in June. I think what the resolution is asking for is more of a concrete plan by December of how we start implementing those goals.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay.
Call the question.
All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes 5-0 unanimously. We are now on item number 13.09. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard comment on this item already. I'll summarize the nature of it. This item seeks your approval to negotiate a contract for architecture design services related to the development of the public safety campus. The contract would be with the highest ranked proposer, Architects Design Group, or otherwise known as ADG. ADG specializes in design services for law enforcement, fire rescue, emergency operations, and public safety facilities. This complements our construction manager, which we have been authorized to work with. They work together hand in glove in the development of design, ultimately maximizing or minimizing, if you will, improving the efficiency of the cost delivery of the project. So these are complementary services. We're at the point to seek your approval to contract for those services. We've been at this for some time. It has a lot of context, and I think it would be appropriate, very briefly, to have Deputy City Manager Cynthia Barber provide an overview of where we are with the project as a whole and all the parts it entails, and then, of course, followed by the comments of the public.
Ms. Barber, good to see you. Brief report on where we are.
Yes, and for the benefit of the public, just a really brief statement about the background. Back in 2017, a cross-functional team was established in the police department of sworn and non-sworn employees to develop a strategic plan, a 5-year strategic plan for the department. The plan identified a need for a new police headquarters, and in June 2017, the commission adopted the plan. The commission adopted the strategic plan. Among the priorities identified in the plan was to create a community-oriented policing headquarters, which would be a part of an overall campus. So you'd have the police department, but that was one component of the plan. The commission authorized us to take a number of steps towards doing that, but prior to actually putting forth the South Side as an option, we met with a group of leaders and residents of the South Side to review our plans and our ideas about moving the project to the South Side, as well as the reasons why we would want to do that. We received unanimous support to do so. The commission then authorized staff to issue an RFP for land in the general area that was identified as the South Monroe Orange Avenue corridor. We found a piece of, through the competitive bid process, we identified a piece of property that would meet the needs of the project. You authorized the funding for that and also authorized staff to negotiate the terms of the land acquisition. We're still in the process of negotiating the land. And after that, we also sought authorization to, as the city manager mentioned, authorization for contract manager at risk. You approved that, as well as so you authorized us to move forward with a selection of a design and engineering firm to assist with the development of the detailed plans for the project. And it's at this phase of the project, while we've had some communication, we recognize that we have a lot of work to do in terms of community engagement, and we are committed to doing that. This stage of the project is the place where we actually have a much more robust involvement of the community, where we're actually starting to look at the space, what we should have on the space, what services should be offered there, how do you design the space, and all of those things are part of this phase. In addition, the city manager will be forming a team of citizens for participation in the project. It would include a diverse group of members, not only from the South Side, but from across this community. residents, businesses, our educational partners, Florida A&M University and Florida State, as well as our school board, to receive feedback from the community on what should be a part of that project. And also, the contractor, what's before you today is an approval for this piece. It's also responsible for a very robust community engagement piece. In fact, that's incorporated in every phase of the project that we're bringing forth. So that's what we have before you today, is the authorization to move forward with a contract for design and engineering services.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. Any questions? Well, first of all, let's hear from the public. How many speakers do we have on this item, Mr. Cook?
Last count, 13.
Excellent, wonderful. I'm going to ask same request. Let's be respectful of each other's time. If somebody gets up and makes all the points that you're about to make, feel free to waive your time if you would like. Of course, we would love to hear from anybody and everybody that wants to participate on this item. Who is our first speaker?
Our first speaker is Erwin Jackson.
Dr. Jackson, thank you for staying this late.
I apologize, Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. I apologize, acting like I'm sleeping. I've been sick, haven't slept last night, up at 5 this morning to be on a radio program, and I'm still here. So I apologize. I'm listening, but not with my eyes open. Here's the issue that I have. I just heard that we haven't bought this piece of real estate. Now, this is just, since you guys, and I'm thinking wonderful, are open to different ideas, let me tell you how I do things around my office. I've been buying real estate for about 44, 45 years. I never hire a real estate agent. I may use one, but I don't have one real estate agent that works for me. Because as soon as you tie in with one, everybody in the community, they look at the real estate agent, they look at how much money they've contributed to you, and they believe, rightly or wrongly, that that person has an in with the commissioners. Now, I think the land that they're talking about buying, it's in terrible shape. It's going to cost millions to tear it down. It's always going to be more expensive to rebuild it. And if you want energy efficient, you want this and you're that, you're going to be significantly better off if you find a different location, or you go in and talk to this person, because there's nobody else standing in line wanting to buy that thing. So we need to figure out where they want it. Do you want a big one? Do you want a small one? My point is, we need to have someone. There's 2 or 3 real estate agents that seem to get all the contracts and bring contracts to the city. I would suggest that you go ahead and say, we're going to have 4 or 5 different contracts, 6 or 7, and then any of those can bring offers to you. And any contractor that is real estate agent that actually is paid by bringing real estate transaction to you during that year, then we have to void them. They can be a real estate agent, or they can contribute to city commissioners. They can't do both because it seems to be an obvious conflict. So that was it. Thank you very much. And you may want, if you have one real estate agent, I would see if you couldn't get 3 others that are very well known, who want to look at the deal. Not that city employees can't, but these real estate agents and developers, when they're spending their own money, then they look at things completely different. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
Next speaker is Darwin Gamble, and then Stanley Sims.
Good evening again. Darwin Gamble, 1248 Halifax Court. I'm a member of the Tallahassee Community Action Committee and a whole bunch of other groups. What I would like for you to do with this item tonight is nothing until, or anything else regarding the public safety campus, until you do what you discussed during the retreat. What I remember you said was you wanted to hold an update on the public safety campus in the form of a town hall or a workshop, so everybody in the community could weigh in on this issue, not just on the design, but also on the location. Remember, we have a Tallahassee Police Department, not a Southside Police Department. But I don't think you should do anything with this item on your agenda tonight until you take that action. And by the way, I'm very glad you tape recorded that retreat because now everything you said is on videotape. Thank you so much.
Stanley Sims, followed by R. Akbar.
Pastor Sims.
How you doing? I'm still at 1320 Avondale Way. Thank the Lord. I want to bring some clarity to something that, and I'm calling your name Curtis because I know that your passion is behind this, but and I'm not against the police department, but Curtis, here's where I think that we're pimping the truth. The economic boom that's going to come to the South Side, that's a lie. Statistic currently shows us that 60 to 65% of the individuals that live on the South Side live in one of these three categories: public housing, Section 8, or renters. So when this public police department comes and this property value goes up, it's not affecting them. They're not going to reap those benefits. Next thing, what general contractor are you hiring from the South Side? Not one. Here's what happens. Let's say it takes 18 months to build that police department. For 18 months, that truck is going to crank up coal on my side of town. Drive over here to the South Side, pick up a gentleman, swing him on the back, pay him $18 an hour for 18 months until that police department is built. Where does he go after that? Now, see, the guys on the back of the truck is making $18 an hour for a set period of time. But the guy that's driving the truck that live on the side of town with me, he getting his $45, $50 an hour. And so when we get into this community engagement and you want to come and tell me that this is going to bring such great economic impact to the South Side, that's a little fuzzy. The math is a little fuzzy because what is continuously happening, you cannot write off the distrust of these people, of me. First example, the Renaissance building down in Frenchtown. We used to go down there for FAMU homecoming. Used to hang out right there where the Renaissance building was. They said, you all get out of the way because we're going to build you all a building. You're going to have office space. You're going to be able to put restaurants in here. We're going to mix it. Name a black business in the Renaissance building.
You got about 30 seconds.
Name one that's been there. Pimping ain't easy. So these people have a right for their distrust. I'm not belittling this issue because I haven't got to the part whether or not the police department is a good thing or not. I don't care. I think it's just the way it's being done. And then my last 5 seconds is stop putting people on the committee that just agree with you. Put some people on there that don't agree.
Thank you, Pastor Sims.
Mr. Akbar, and then Shelby Shoup.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. R. Akbar, 3236 Tacoma Lane. I also agree that this issue ought to be tabled. It's clear that the community is very passionate about it, which is beautiful. Public safety is the world's priority at this point. And yet, I think if we go forward together with more public participation in the decision going forward, I think we're going to have a big win for the entire city. And I think right now you have an opportunity by tabling this small part of it. This is a small piece right now. Because with some of the conversations we've been having about 880 cities, making cities livable for people who are 8 years old and 80 years old, and I haven't heard any discussion about that now, but I think we can bring some new creativity and some new energy to this public safety conversation, engage our 226 neighborhood associations, engage our schools, and talk about not only waiting for a public safety complex to do some of these things, but what are some of the things we as citizens can put in place now that don't cost dollars, but just cost energy? The same kind of energy it takes to make a protest sign, the same kind of energy it takes to make people get out to meetings. Let's put that energy into public safety. Thank you.
Next speaker is Shelby Shoup. Not seeing anyone respond. Jordan Scott.
Mr. Scott, good to see you, sir.
Following Mr. Scott will be Daniela Cross Wilkins.
Yes, Jordan Scott, 2291 Hartsfield Way, and that's 32303. I want to start off by addressing a comment I made at the November Commission meeting that I believe was misunderstood. The controversy resolved around my use of the term white supremacist ideology in reference to increased policing and surveillance. This was in no way meant to be a personal attack on any of the commissioners, nor is it primarily a question of individuals. Rather, we must be aware because of the history of slavery, sharecropping, and Jim Crow, white supremacy permeates how we interact with one another and the policies we promote, even among the most well-intended people. In the 1960s, the civil rights movement was fought, and from this, there came some hope. And some demands were won, including school desegregation and dismantling the barriers of voting. But by the 1970s, it was clear that the political rights won would not be carried over to the economic realm. Black and brown people in this country remained disproportionately unemployed, underemployed, and in poverty. By the 1980s, under Reagan, the power structures, having recovered from the civil rights movement, used this very poverty to criminalize black and brown people through the war on drugs. Bill Clinton's 1994 crime bill amplified these effects. Now the black population in this country makes up 40% of the largest prison population in the world, but are only 13% of the overall population. Enough is enough. If we're going to improve the conditions of working class Tallahasseans, that is the majority of Tallahasseans, it must start at the bottom. Instead of spending $60 million on a police headquarters on the south side, we need to grant these resources to unemployed, underemployed, working poor, and heavily indebted people, the majority of the working class. If the commission hopes to improve the living conditions in the city, it should take this money and invest in poverty reduction, jobs programs, public community resources, and infrastructure. If it hopes to prevent gentrification in the face of development, we will need rent ceilings. If it hopes to ensure all those actively working can afford reasonable standard of living, it must increase the minimum wage at the municipal level. If the commission hopes to promote democracy and self-determination, it must vote to allow city employees to unionize. Finally, career service workers, the largest block of career service state workers, the largest block of workers in the area, making up over 11,000 workers in the area, are in negotiations demanding a 5% pay increase across the board. Imagine the effect on the local economy if 11,000 workers received a 5% pay increase. You should use your power to publicize and support our demands and help us build AFSCME, our union, power. I ask this city commission to stand for and with the working class and pause plans for the Southside Police Station until you seek input from the community by going to the area that it's being built. And speaking, I spent about an hour out there, and I talked to about 50 people. Everybody was against it.
You're right at 3 minutes.
And instead enact policies that improve the conditions of the most marginalized working class citizens in Tallahassee.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Daniela Cross Wilkins, and then Jules Bailey.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Great.
My name is Danielle Cross Wilkins. I'm at 272 Barley Court here in Tallahassee. Crime in Black communities especially is a direct result of poverty and lack of resources. Once you remove those barriers, you will kill the root of crime-ravaged communities. Over-policing in Black communities has always been this nation's inception, resulted in inequality in the system of justice handed down in regard to interactions between police and communities of color. Over-policing stokes more fear and distrust between Black communities and law enforcement. Rights of marginalized groups are violated. It is in and of itself a struggle for civil rights and has historically operated as a state-sanctioned tool for racial control. Over-policing of Black communities has defended, supported, and encouraged white supremacy ideologies and racism. If you want to support and cultivate positive relationships between communities of color and police, stop reinforcing systems of racial inequality. I'm certain there are hundreds of other pet projects the city can invest $60 million in that don't support institutions of white supremacy. I would encourage every person in this space tonight to watch the documentary 13 on Netflix to understand the very real issue of mass incarceration and modern-day slavery. And I would also encourage you to consider reading the new Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Collaboration by Michelle Alexander. Our communities are fighting for their right to exist, and over-policing does not support that. The criminal injustice system is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and you should be considerate of everybody's right to exist in this world. I thank you for your grace.
Thank you.
Next is Jules Bailey.
Mr. Cook, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Jules Bailey is next. She'll be followed by Isabella Casanova.
Hey, Ms. Bailey.
Hello. Sorry, I had to readjust this microphone a little bit. My name is Jules Bailey. I live at 557 Beverly Court. So on the subject of the public safety complex, one thing that I've been hearing and that I actually just heard is that you had a community meetings in which you received unanimous support. So I went out to the Save-A-Lot where this public safety complex is planning to have this built, and I went out to talk to people about this and get some community input. And I heard a lot of people echo the same arguments that we've been making. I was out there last Sunday for about an hour, and I told people, hey, so did you know the city wants to tear down this entire shopping center and put up a public safety complex? That's the Tallahassee Police Department headquarters is going to move down here. Many people were surprised. They hadn't heard of this. There was one man that told me that there used to be a Winn-Dixie in the area and they got rid of it. There used to be more grocery stores. And what's going to happen if this public safety complex is put there, the Save-A-Lot will be removed, of which I saw many people going in and out of, and it's going to remove another grocery store in a food desert. So one man said current residents won't be able to afford living in the area, that the plan is to move the people currently living there who can't afford to live there outside of the city, that they don't want people that can't afford to live in this area in the city. And there is an argument that that more police presence in the area will make people safer. When I told one man about this, he said, the police are already over here. Now they want to come over here and they want to be in our community. Why don't they put this up in Killarn? You don't ever see the police up in Killarn. One woman said, people walk to these stores and they depend on it being within walking distance. You may want to keep this in the safe side and the south side, but even if you move this by 1 mile, that's a 20-minute walk. Carrying a lot of groceries, carrying something heavy, that is a barrier for people. And also in Commissioner Proctor's meeting last Thursday, which he's been holding community meetings about Southside issues, a man spoke about development of Tallahassee and its effect on communities like Smoky Hollow and in Frenchtown, and said, Southside, you are next, meaning that this is going to displace the community that already lives there. So you're saying that you've had sufficient community input and there's been strong support among the community for the public safety complex. That's not what I heard when I went out on Sunday and actually talked to people. You have been holding community meetings and asking people to come to you. I think the answer for this discrepancy is to go out and talk to the community. So go out to the community, go out there, ask your staff to go out there and talk to people about this issue. Don't make the community come to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Isabella Casanova, and then next will be Zachary Schultz.
Casanova, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Sorry, I'm a little sick. I prepared my speech on my phone because I want to make sure to get all my points across. All right, good evening. My name is Isabella Casanova. I live on Florida State University's campus. I don't have a permanent address here in Tallahassee. I am a junior at Florida State University studying political science. I am the current vice president of the Florida State University chapter of Students for a Democratic Society, SDS for short, a political activism group that works both on FSU's campus and in the general Tallahassee area. We pride ourselves on being in support of democratic processes, no matter how big or small. I am representing SDS tonight because we, as an organization, oppose the motion to build a public safety campus in the south side of Tallahassee. The Tallahassee Police Department has been found to overreport crimes in the south side by over 10% by an independent audit. Not only is there a general distrust of the police, which is justified due to this aforementioned fact, but there is a distinct lack of knowledge about and input from the people of Southside on this issue. If the city of Tallahassee wishes to develop the South Side, money should instead be funneled into education programs, job programs, fixing infrastructure, just to name a few. Such a drastic move should be met with input from the people it will be affecting. SDS, the organization I'm representing, has worked with the Tallahassee Community Action Committee, mentioned by a few other people, with guidance and help from Commissioner Bill Proctor, to consult with the people of the South Side at places like FAMU, local churches, and local events such as the Tallahassee Women's March. If the people of Southside had even heard of this plan, the people we spoke to, which most hadn't, they were vehemently opposed to it, especially after hearing how much it would cost. It does not take a public policy or budgeting expert to see the obvious. The $50 million plus being allocated toward this project could be put to better use, and the people we have spoken to agree with us. If the city reached out, they would see that the people this motion is affecting are not in favor. Tallahassee is one of the most economically segregated cities in the United States. This attempt to gentrify the South Side is unjust and unknown to the people of the South Side. If we want to see this city prosper, we need to invest in the people, not the police. Thank you.
Zachary Schultz. And then Lakey Love.
Mr. Schultz, how are you doing, sir?
Hello, I'm doing good. Glad to be here. I'm Zachary Schultz. I live at 751 California Street. So I'm here to speak on the proposed public safety campus. I think that, just echoing a lot of the voices before me, there is severe distrust in Tallahassee and in these communities with TPD. It's not surprising. What was the concern of TPD for public safety when they murdered Dwayne Strong and Jeremy Lett in Tallahassee? Where was the accountability? Why should the people of Tallahassee trust a police department that carries out racial profiling, disproportionate arrest of black people in Tallahassee? They carry out a surveillance program with questionable legality, which again shows racial profiling and disproportionate surveillance. Talking about the Stingray program of black residents in Tallahassee, with no community oversight, no community review board, no police accountability council, nothing to provide community oversight and review of the activities of the police in Tallahassee. I think that if we're talking about a project that would improve community relations with the police, that would improve public safety, I think we need to talk about accountability for the police, for their actions and programs, real democracy in Tallahassee before we talk about spending $60 million on building a new building. I think that when we talk about who supports this police station, yeah, I'm sure that there are landlords and landowners in the South Side who would benefit from increased property values. I'm sure there are people who are looking to raise rents, bring in wealthier residents into the area. But again, there is no attention being paid to those who rent. The majority of people who are not owning property, who would not benefit from these increased property values and could actually be severely harmed without adequate measures to attack poverty, to increase incomes, and to protect rents. And so finally, I just want to state what we're asking for today is for the commission to reject this plan, to seek an architect, and then to actually go and make a motion to withdraw all current plans of acquiring property, moving forward at all of this public safety campus until there is an adequate measure of outreach to the community to ensure that there is approval for this program. Where is the impact statement or studies done to see how putting this public safety campus will affect the South Side, will affect things like rents,
You're
people's
right at 3
lives,
minutes.
and access to food? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lakey Love, and then Denzel Pierre.
Lakey Love, 1511 Melvin Street. I want to repeat what people have said before me and take note that not a single person has come to this mic in support of an approval for an architectural design services taking place, a vote on taking place today on a Southside Police Headquarters, not safety campus. I think it's important that you hold up to your word that you gave to us at the January retreat, that you would hold town halls, that you would open your doors to further community discussions, that you hire. We heard Commissioner Richardson say today that it's taken 1.5 years to get us where we are on the citywide plan to move towards renewable energy because repeated tests and assessments and surveys needed to be done, and yet nothing has been done. We looked at one property, and then we negotiated for that property and began contracts. We have not fulfilled those contracts, as far as I know. We shouldn't even be looking at an architectural design until we bought property. It doesn't make any sense. And so I would like to urge you again to open for transparency. I remember seeing all 3 of you at Bill Proctor's meeting before the election, but I haven't seen a single one I haven't seen all 4 of you, none of you at Commissioner Proctor's meetings about the Southside Police Headquarters since November 7th. That's disappointing. Again, I want to echo that it shouldn't be us coming to you constantly. You need to learn to come to us and listen to us when we're shouting at the top of our lungs. There's not a single person here that's come to the mic in support of a Southside Police Headquarters. And I think it's time for you to listen, to pull back, to analyze, to take stock of where you are, and open your minds and hearts to the community. Take the time that you need to make sure that this is the right decision, and invest in secure community programs and get certain widespread and diverse community opinions before you move forward on this project.
Mr. Cook.
Denzel Pierre is next, and then Bill Wilson will follow Mr. Pierre.
Mr. Peter, good afternoon.
Evening, yes. Hi, I'm Denzel Pierre, 1835 West Call Street. I think we've heard a lot of different opinions and views from the community about the Southside Tallahassee Police Station, and I think everyone is pretty much against just pushing this motion through. I think there's a lot of problems we need to handle and discuss before we build this police station. For instance, like the food desert that this will be helping perpetuate, and where we're going to move those resources and food for people. What are we going to do so people have more access to food in this time? What are we going to do since Tallahassee is a weed and seed area, meaning that every person a police officer arrests in Tallahassee, they get incentive and money for arresting that person. They get a bounty on each of the people's heads. Why aren't we talking about that? Why aren't we having a conversation about the incentive the police have to arrest people on the south side of Tallahassee? We're not. And also, if it's so difficult to push this climate change referendum through, why don't we have the time to be patient with this referendum as well? It seems like the commissioner board is taking more time to focus on trying to push this through, even though the community has specifically and explicitly said that they don't want it, but is struggling with other things, is struggling to fund programs, is struggling to find money for other things. You said you want everyone to feel comfortable with the decision of, well, the climate change referendum. It's obvious that everyone does not feel comfortable with what's happening with the Tallahassee Police Department. I went out canvassing to FAMU, and every single person I asked there did not support a police department being moved into the Tallahassee south side. And I think it's important to recognize the thoughts of the communities here and to really listen to everybody who's saying things about this. Because, and also, it would be wonderful if we could talk to your focus group of the people who, you apparently approved and who said that they are totally in support of the Tallahassee Police Department headquarters. Who are these people? Can we sit down and have a conversation with them? Can we talk to them? What positions do they hold in the community? We need to know that, because obviously there's incentive for people who live in Tallahassee, who own houses there, who own property there, to move a police station there, because it will raise the prices of the houses there. It'll raise the prices of things there, but it'll also raise the rent and utility of Tallahassee citizens, and they deserve to know what's going on. Thank you.
Bill Wilson is the next speaker.
Mayor and Commissioners, Bill Wilson, 1816 Old Fort Drive in Tallahassee, Florida. I would like to come back to actually what your agenda item is about today, and that's hiring an architect. You've already hired a construction manager. If you're going to do any kind of citizen input as to what should go into the facility, the architect would be an ideal group to lead that discussion and how that gets incorporated into the design. I would remind you of what the Housing Authority did in their redesign effort for the Orange Avenue apartment complex. Their architect, their engineer, and their builder led that process for them. We had a number of Southside meetings with the public very involved, both in the Orange Avenue complex, at Weston School, on the FAMU campus, and in all those processes, there was discussion about the location of the police station in South City. And those groups, by putting dots on the map on where they wanted to put stuff, located it in the shopping center where we're talking about, or in that general vicinity. So there has been a good bit of community involvement and discussion in the South Side, in those meetings, about that kind of placement. But in moving forward, if you want to look at alternative sites, your architect and your construction manager is probably your best person to look at those sites and tell you to what degree they're suitable and how you could adjust your program to fit on that land. So if you're going to move it forward at all, and we know we need a new police headquarters. You know, the Sealy site on 7th Avenue is a mess. It's a major maintenance issue. It's costing you a lot of money. It's not adequate for what you need. It doesn't have the technology we need. So we need a new site someplace. Getting an architect on board to work with your project manager, to work with the staff, to do the community input, to look at this site, look at the program, and if you look at other sites, to evaluate that appropriately, seems like an appropriate move on my part, and you ought to go ahead and get these people hired.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Mayor, that's the last speaker we have on that item. We do have several other speakers, but all on unagended portion of our meeting.
Wonderful. So open it up for discussion. Commissioners?
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we accept staff recommendation on hiring an architect for the design of the public safety campus.
It's been properly moved that we move forward with the staff recommendation on item 13.09, moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second to the motion? I will second it. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Okay. I've listened and I understand. I've listened to both sides and I understand. I've lived on the South Side for 30 years. I don't own my home. I'm buying and I have a mortgage. But I understand, and I cannot sit here and just move without taking into consideration all the comments that we've heard here tonight and that we have been hearing. Now, I do understand, Mr. Wilson, what we're faced with, what we're voting on here. But apparently, more communication or education is needed, because it looks like if we vote for this, it looks like we're moving on. But clearly, our deputy city manager said to us, we still have work to do on the location. So what I need is some clarification on, we have not secured the location, I know this. But moving on with this architect, I need to understand, and I think I understand, but I need everyone in the audience to understand, so it's for this purpose. Moving on with the architect is not saying that we're moving forward with building the public safety campus on this location. We're simply saying that what we're trying to do is identify what we want, what the community, the city of Tallahassee, not just Southside, the city of Tallahassee, what would we want in a public safety campus no matter where it was built? Is that what we're saying?
That's exactly right. As I said, we don't have a contract on the land. We are committed to community policing. We believe the South Side is a good place for it. But if the community rejects that, we still need a police campus. We still need to have it designed and engineered. So we believe it is a proper step to move forward. We really don't know how to move forward with the police department without that step. So that's correct. Your vote would be to hire the architect and engineer in order for us to determine what the community wants, what I indicated, what services we want there, what facilities we'd like to have there. We know what we like. We like to put the Tempo program down there. We like to put our neighborhood affairs program down there. We also like to put our neighborhood preservation group there. And we talked about the Arts Center for Children and all of those kinds of things. But this process allows us to hear from the community and select a site that's suitable for not only the features that we believe need to be a part of a modern policing agency, but what does the community want? That's what this step allows us to do.
Okay, so just so that I'm super clear and transparent, right now the only site under consideration is the shopping center.
That's the site that the commission authorized us to negotiate with a price on. We have not reached that yet, but the general direction that we received was to locate the facility in the general area of the South Monroe and Orange Avenue corridors.
Okay.
That's the general direction that we received.
Okay, and can you explain why that area was selected?
Okay, it was selected for a number of reasons.
Okay.
One of the issues that continue to come up is the relationship between law enforcement and the African American community, or the South Side community. We've heard that angle as well. What we believe is, it's no secret, we have crime all across our community. Mm-hmm. We know one of our areas of concern where we're working is in the South Side. We're not just going in with an occupying force. We have our Temple program, Dr. Thomas, who does this, who walked the trenches of the neighborhoods where we know we have heavy numbers of kids who've left school without GEDs. So we're putting out the proactive programs to try to do that. I know no other way to engage by engaging people together, having them to be in similar space, working together on a proactive basis to build those relationships, collaborative in nature, providing space where the community could utilize the space. I think someone mentioned earlier today the absence of banquet space, the absence of community space for neighborhood meetings. This facility would allow for that. Also giving the opportunity for youth in the community to own part of the space by helping to design the space that they would use, the playgrounds, having an arts center there. We also looked at it from an economic perspective, and I know there are different opinions about whether or not there would be a benefit related to moving the facility there. But it just stands to reason where you have more people coming to an area on a daily basis, in and out, checking in. There's the opportunity to provide supporting services like restaurants. We talked about that. The numbers we're talking about are significant in terms of the number of people who would be there, but also giving access to our programs. It's difficult to come see Kimball in City Hall. Many of the young people he work with they have lacked transportation. They're dependent on public transportation. But when you have limited resources, who's going to use it for a bus? But if you can just walk across the street and he can walk out and meet them, as he does now, he drives to the area and walks the areas. So there were a number of reasons. We were trying to build proactive, collaborative relationships with the community where historically there's not been the strongest of relationships. We were trying to create an economic opportunity, an engine in that community that would draw other business opportunities to the community.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, if I could ask you, if we were to move forward with this, do we have a commitment that we can go to the community, do some town hall meetings, do some surveying like that has been done in the parking lot in the area, and get some additional, because we said at the retreat, I was one of the ones saying that we need more community engagement. Can we get a commitment to do that, knowing that, one, we don't have a location yet, okay? Two, we have an opportunity now to talk about wherever the location, what we would like to see, but we need that information from the residents. City, we need it from everybody because it's going to belong to everyone. Can we commit to doing some town hall meetings to get some information and to walk the pavement? I'm willing to walk in with a clipboard and get some surveying myself. So can we commit to doing that if we move forward with this architecture design?
Yes, ma'am, of course. And let me add what Cynthia said, and actually Mr. Wilson said. The hiring of the design architect is imperative so we can do exactly that. We need to be able to illustrate through renderings and other forms of communication exactly what we're talking about. Mr. Wilson referenced an effort that was done by the Housing Authority where it brought together its residents and asked what they were looking for. This professional would help us in that. So yes, ma'am, of course, we make the commitment. We follow your direction. We follow your lead. I know you'll be out there seeking that input, but also this professional services will help us in that endeavor.
Okay.
And if I could just say one more thing, this has no bearing on what location, but I wanted to clarify, we do not have a weed and seed program in this community. There are no bounties on any people in this community in terms of arrest. What we're trying to do, and this helps move us in that direction, is a proactive relationship to help not only avoid an arrest, but to avoid the engagement in crime. We're invested in modern policing. It's community policing, which talks about that collaboration and engagement. You've seen a perfect example of that in the Bond community, where they have taken ownership for addressing public safety in their community and engaging youth and law enforcement together. So I just want to clarify that we do not have a weed and seed program or any program where we incentivize for arrest.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to say that there has been a lot, Deputy City Manager Barber, of misinformation put out there. I don't know where it came from, but there is a lot of information just like that has been mentioned here this afternoon. Nobody is being surveillanced by our Tallahassee Police Department without a warrant. Do you know how I know that? Because I asked my wife, who is a judge, it is illegal to do that without a warrant. Illegal to surveillance. So anyway, so I would say that. Second of all, public safety is one of it is the most important function of a local government. Public safety, keeping our residents and guests safe. When I came to this commission, we made that a top priority. We went to the degree of passing a property tax to support that. That's how we've been able to hire 55 additional police officers and provide the chief with the technology that he and his staff needed. We took flack for that. But we knew that we needed that in order to invest in public safety in this community. As our police department grew, as we invested in increased technology, it was brought to our attention that we needed a new police headquarters. The building that they're in is an old elementary school that is in terrible condition. They can't even have all of their staff in one place at the same time in that location. So we knew that we needed a new police headquarters. This didn't just start overnight. You heard Christique say that probably for the past 4 or 5 years, this has been discussed in one venue or another, not in an hour in a parking lot or in front of a store, but for years in organized community meetings. This has been discussed. And overwhelmingly, there has been support for it. Let me tell you all this. This isn't a class project for me. 25 years ago, 40 years ago, I moved to the city of Tallahassee, where my father attended high school and graduated from high school in the Frenchtown community. I came here 40 years ago as a student at Florida State University, decided to make Tallahassee my home. 25 years ago, I moved to the south side of Tallahassee and have spent my entire adult life improving conditions for people of color, people who lived in poverty, as a school board member, as a state legislator. I built my home, my wife and I, on the south side of Tallahassee. This month, 25 years ago, we raised our family, our two precious daughters, on the south side of town. I have been a neighborhood association president, involved in the neighborhood association movement. I have made it my commitment to improve conditions on the south side of town, where I live and have lived for 25 years. This isn't a class project for me. I've got skin in the game. I've made that commitment. And I know that this is something that we've discussed for years, and it's needed on the south side of town. Statistics show us, and I've been the victim myself. My house has been broken into twice. My cars have been burglarized, my wife and mine, twice, sitting in our driveway. I've been the victim of crime. And you know who I called when my car was burglarized in my house? I called the Tallahassee Police Department. And they came, and they responded to that call in a professional manner. I didn't have a problem with the police. And I think it's unfair and unfounded for anyone to say here that are there problems with police departments across this country? Sure there are. But there are thousands of first responders who are out there every day of every week keeping us safe. Are there bad apples? Sure there are. There are bad apples in the city of Tallahassee. There are bad apples in the Leon County School District. There are bad apples wherever we go. But the vast majority, 99%, of our first responders are good people. They go into it because that's where their heart is. They want to keep our communities safe. And for you to stoke fears like that is totally unfounded. We don't have that in Tallahassee. I haven't seen it. I haven't witnessed it. Have we had incidents? Sure we have. But we've got a police chief now that for the past 5 years that he's lived in Tallahassee has committed himself and his department to community policing, improving relationships through the Police Athletic League, the Citizen Police Academy. Every summer, we are out on the street, sometimes where there are only police officers, nobody from the South City community, from the Griffin Heights community, from the Frenchtown community, and we're walking the streets in 90, 100-degree heat, meeting our neighbors, finding out what their concerns are as it relates to crime in their community, talking to them about what city and county resources are available to them. And you know, ironically, there are some faces I haven't seen any of those summers who are now telling us what we want on the south side of town. It's unfair. It's unfounded. And so we have sought input not only in an hour in a parking lot, but hours walking the streets of those neighborhoods through organizations like CAN, what is their acronym, Christine? Capital Area Neighborhood Network, talking to neighborhood leaders and residents about the crime issues in their community and the need for a law enforcement presence. I think we've probably done a better job than any area law enforcement agency in community relations. We know where the crime is occurring. It's occurring on Texas Street, in South City, in the area where this law enforcement campus is being proposed for. We know that because the numbers tell us that. Black on black crime. It ain't police going in the neighborhoods killing black men and boys. It's black on black crime. And not only, this is not only a police presence, but this is what the community can do for itself. When our neighborhood was having problems with crime, We didn't just always call the police. We formed a neighborhood watch program, and we worked in conjunction with our law enforcement officer that was assigned to our community. And you know what? Because we looked out for each other and we patrolled our own neighborhood, we reduced crime in the Tuskegee neighborhood. We've worked with Bond to get rid of a store where prostitution and drugs were occurring, working in collaboration with the police. And we saw a 30% reduction in crime in the Bond community, where crime had been allowed to go rampant and unchecked. We talk about Southside development. It's occurring, y'all. We've got a brand new multi-million-dollar VA clinic right at the intersection of Orange Avenue and Blairstone Road. In the shadow of that is a standalone emergency room being built by Capital Regional Medical Center within blocks of where we're talking about putting this public safety campus. Blocks. We're talking about an Orange Avenue apartment redevelopment and revitalization that we had hoped we would break ground on as early as next year. We ran into some problems there with the funding. Multi-million-dollar development within walking distance. We're talking about a Star Metro super stop at the intersection of Meridian and Orange Avenue, a multi-million-dollar investment by Blueprint. Yeah, development is coming. A multi-million-dollar office complex going up right next to the VA clinic. Development is coming. Redevelopment and revitalization is coming. Will gentrification occur? Yes, it will if we're not careful. But every time I look at development, that is what's in the back of my mind. How will this impact the indigenous population? I'm not oblivious to that. None of us are. We're not oblivious to that. But it's going to occur. Tallahassee has changed in the 40 years that I've been here. It's growing. We're going to grow. But we have to grow smart, and we have to grow responsibly, and we have to make sure that our neighbors are taken care of. That's why one other of our priorities is workforce and affordable housing for our neighbors. We're not going to just let our neighbors be put out on the street, them and their families, without a place to live. I have those very same people that you're talking about who live next door to me. A single senior citizen that's living on a fixed income. Retirees that are living on a fixed income. We're not oblivious or uncaring about their situation. And so I guess, Mr. Mayor, I think the time has come for this kind of development. It will bring economic development and commercial development, because the reason we don't have it now is because you don't have the concentration of people with the discretionary income. When my family and I want to have dinner after church on Sunday, there is not a restaurant on the south side of town that we can go to, because you don't have the concentration of people with the discretionary income. And let me dispel one myth about the south side of Tallahassee. Everybody on the south side of Tallahassee is not poor and lives in low-income housing. We aren't. There are well-established neighborhoods. There are low-income people. I've got a Section 8 neighbor in my neighborhood. We're not all poor, y'all. And we don't have to be looked out for. And so the time has come for this project. I don't see where it needs to be. It's been vetted. There is support for it. Now, if we delayed this another month, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, we can pack this room with people in support of it. They've been here before. They didn't know this was happening. I had people calling me. They didn't know that this was happening today on an architecture contract. But if you want to pack a room with support, we can pack a room with support of people who are invested in the south side of Tallahassee and other areas of our city who agree that this is what we need to do as a city. So I encourage us to move forward not only with this architectural contract and getting the community involved in determining what we want to see this campus look like, but we need to move forward with this site as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I'm going to weigh in before I recognize anyone else, and very rarely do I weigh in. See, my role as the mayor is to facilitate the meeting, but once in a blue moon, these issues come up where it's important for me to plant my flag as well and to be there and to be my voice and the voice of who I think that we are here in Tallahassee. And Commissioner Richardson, the only thing I can say is in the 12 years that I have served in public service, and 4 years in particular working directly with you, it is a pleasure and an honor to serve with you. I could not have said my thoughts more succinctly, and that was right on point and needed to be said. I think about my colleague, Mayor Andrew Gillum, who fought tooth and nail to get us to where we are. Was on the front line with every neighborhood in this town, trying to make us safer, trying to make our community better. To sit here and say that there is no support on the south side when we have the immediate past president of the Council of Neighborhood Associations representing every neighborhood in this community stand up and testify in favor. When you have the president of the Greater Bond Neighborhood Association stand up, who's been in the trenches for 2 years, and say that they are strongly in favor of it. When the 5 of us together attend a community meeting with over 200 people on the south side in attendance in the gymnasium for 2.5 hours. You know what I heard? I heard a lot of clapping and a lot of support for the fine men and women of the Tallahassee Police Department and the job that you do each and every day. And I could put up with a lot as well, but I'm with you, Commissioner Richardson. I'm not putting up with misinformation, and I'm not putting up with false accusations on the men and women of our police department or sheriff's department or any law enforcement agency. And I want y'all to know that you have a commission and a mayor that supports you. We believe in you. And one of our jobs is to make sure that you have the proper tools and facilities to keep this community safe. This is probably one of the most important decisions that we will make in the next 2 years. And you are absolutely correct, Commissioner Richardson. It's important that we put the time and the energy in. Let me also state that and give due deference to Commissioner Proctor. If we are interested in having the conversation of joint facilities or entertaining different ideas to go into this, Commissioner Richardson is 150% correct. You have to hire, as Mr. Wilson said, the appropriate staff and professionals that can walk the community through that process and accurately be able to identify the infrastructure needed for a successful project. The technical aspects of building the facility so that it can incorporate all of these ideas. If you truly are in favor of having a community conversation and bringing this in for a landing, this is actually the logical next step in doing so. It is not as if a vote will take place and this conversation shuts down. A vote will take place and it begins the process of the actual technical aspects and the ideas of moving this forward. And you are correct. There's always the opportunity that at the end of the day, for whatever reason, this particular piece of property does not work out. I will not be the mayor of a community that is left in a lurch because we were not prepared. We did not have our ducks in a row. We did not have our thoughts and our ideas in agreement of what a 21st century city public safety complex looks like. Now, this might be one of the first. We go down in a 3-2 vote. It might
I'm
be
good.
one
My
where we
conscience is
go
clear.
forward with a 5-0 vote. I have no idea how this is going to play out, and I respect each and every one of you in your position on this issue. This is one that I feel pretty strongly, and I will be voting in favor of the motion on the table. Commissioner Bryant.
Thank you. I will not be repetitive. I do support what has been said, starting with Commissioner Diane Cox and both the mayor and Commissioner Richardson. What we're talking about tonight is fairly, I don't want to say it's simple, but it is something that we have to do in order to move forward. So I want to call the question.
I'd like to.
Before we call the question, can we give Commissioner Matlow the opportunity, and then Commissioner Matlow, after you speak, we'll go forward with the vote.
Okay. I think a lot was said tonight, so I think I got a lot to say also. First, we're talking about the record, and I just want to be clear. Mayor Gillum voted against this location when that question was called. It was just stated. I just want to make sure the record was clear on that specific issue. There was talks about fear and those sorts of things. I don't think it's anybody's personal obligation to judge somebody else's fear. We don't know what other people are experiencing. I think we need to be respectful of that fact. And furthermore, I think, one voice is worth just as much as another. It doesn't matter if they came to a previous community conversation, if they came to this one, if they were outside of a grocery store, or if they were actively involved. We need to listen to everybody because it's our entire city that we're trying to make decisions for. And I just had a couple of questions, Mrs. Barber. On the weed and seed zone, why is there weed and seed signage on South Meridian?
I don't have an answer for that. I'm not even aware that it is there.
Okay.
But I do know that
Okay.
we don't have a weed and seed program.
Okay.
There was a program here many years ago.
I understand. I drove by and that signage still exists, and it just makes me wonder if we're caring about this community and we don't even know that sign's still there.
Yeah, I do care about this community.
No, I'm not implying you don't, but I'm saying when people are expressing their opinions, I think it is an area that largely has been overlooked. And I just want to be absolutely clear, this commission hasn't given any direction on this project yet at all. The only direction I think that we have given is to hold a town hall and to discuss this more. And frankly, I'm a little bit insulted that we're forced into this position on a vote to further it before we've actually had that discussion. And I think that's the only direction this commission has given on the matter. So I think it's going to be my recommendation that we just delay the vote on this so we can have the entire community conversation. Because I think we're talking about a couple different things. If we're building a police safety campus, that's one thing. If we're building just the police headquarters, that's another, and they will require two different types of sites, how much space we need. And I don't think we even know what we're building, where we're building it, and I think we're a little bit ahead of ourselves to start designing it. I think if you listen to the recommendations that Commissioner Proctor brought forward with the intergovernmental partnership to have that sort of campus, I don't think the design services we hire today should be oversee an intergovernmental project like that, but we haven't had the conversation of what we're building yet. So I think we need to slow down. We got time. I do think we need a new facility. I don't know where or what we need because we haven't talked about it yet. And if we come back and we want to build the exact same thing after both sides have weighed in, and there's a lot of people that support this. I want to be clear. I do know that. I have heard from them. But I think the conversation, we haven't heard the whole thing, and we haven't really given ample input. So I tried to trace the origins of this back, and I kind of struggled. So I went, and where I did land was last year's City Commission retreat when this was kind of directed. And I just took a few notes from what was said there, and I'll just read them. Mayor Gillum said, on that note, that includes what Commissioner Maddox was talking about, making sure we had an open process, a fair process, a competitive process. And Mayor Gillum said, on that note, that includes what we are doing right now. I think it potentially has the ability to bias some folks that we have already entered into a relationship with. How this thing moves forward before we have an open process not only with what the building is going to be, but where the public is involved, and I think that should be earlier than later. Commissioner Ziffer said, we have not selected a parcel. Is that correct? And no was the answer. And then later, Mayor Gillum raised the issue of cost, and he's like, I don't want people to say, we haven't put money into employing people. Why are we building this type of facility? I think it's time we kick the conversation out to the public, let them feel ownership from the very beginning. I know there haven't been any firm decisions, but I know there has been vision. I think sometime soon that vision needs to kick out to an intense public conversation process. And then it went on and it got to, we don't want to go down the line and have folks say, where did this come from? How did this get in my backyard? And what process did we take to get here? Does that sound familiar to anybody? That's exactly where we are right now. So I think we need to go back and look at this community engagement piece and determine what that really means to us. Because I think, Mr. City Manager, what we think it means right now, I don't think it's good enough. I think this was foreseen by the City Commission. I think they issued directive to talk about it, and I don't think we actually delivered upon that. Furthermore, I think we're kind of peddling in a bit of a false narrative between if we invest in public space in the south side of the city, does it have to include specifically a police headquarters? And, we talked about, can we bring the Tempo program and neighborhood services? That can be a standalone facility if we wanted it to be. And I don't know that we do, but I just want to make sure we're being very clear that this isn't either or. That particular shopping center, someone mentioned the grocery stores and walking home behind it. And I know that grocery store. I shopped there as a kid. I watched my mom push groceries home down Meridian behind it. And right behind it, we still don't have a sidewalk. There's not a sidewalk directly behind a grocery store where people are walking their groceries home. So when people, I think, are rightfully upset that they think, why do we finally get investment and it's something we didn't ask for when we've asked for sidewalks? So, I think we do need to do better in communicating. I don't think I don't think the intention is necessarily what's been stated by people tonight. I think the motives are very sincere of bringing the community together, but it's just a bit ironic that the community we're trying to reach isn't being brought into this planning process. And back to what Mayor Gillum said, let's bring them in from the very beginning, because if we really want people to work together, it has to happen organically. We can't force it, and we can't push it upon people. So while I think we're going to move, and if that is the location and we want to pair it with great services, let's talk about what those are. If we want to keep market rate or below market rate retail space for local business owners in the area, if we want to keep groceries, let's have that conversation. Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about how rents are going to be affected and what controls we can put into place before we start to renew an area, because we don't want to get to where people are being forced out. We want to be able to know what we're creating with our investment and make sure we have the mechanisms in place to hold people there. So with that, I'm going to be against moving forward at all until we have had a community-wide meeting.
Well,
Mr. Mayor, the other piece of this that I didn't talk about was the multi-million-dollar investment that the school district is making in the schools on the south side of town. What is that going to do? That is going to drive up property values. Rickards High School, Fairview, long overdue for revitalization and redevelopment. Multi-million-dollar investment in those schools. What happens? I was on the school board when we built new schools. What happens when you build schools or make that kind of investment in a school? Residential development starts to occur around those facilities, state-of-the-art facilities. What does that do? That increases property values. That brings in new development. You can't stop development in a growing city. Now, I respect your comments Commissioner Matlow, but what I can tell you is that subsequent to that retreat, I was at that retreat, is when we went to the community with this. So Mayor Gillum's comments occurred prior to us going to the community with this and soliciting input. And if we talk about what we did individually, hell, I talked to my neighbors about it, and I don't know one that was against it. When you talk to them and tell them what the benefits are, but when you go to somebody that you don't know, they've never seen you before in their community, what do you think about a police headquarters on the south side? Well, no, I don't want a police headquarters. But you don't talk to them about the benefits of it and what all that will entail to improve conditions on our side of town and the quality of life for Tallahassee residents wherever they exist. It's not fair to say that this has not been vetted in the community. It had. Maybe the people who are in this room today that have spoken against it didn't appear at those community meetings, but it was vetted in the community. I know because I attended those meetings. And so I don't see any reason to delay. It's a benefit for the Tallahassee community and particularly for residents on the south side of Tallahassee.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
There is an apparent disconnect. And if we march down this road disconnected, it's going to continue to be disconnected. All of these things that we're saying has been done, where is it documented? Let me refer you back to the urban forest plan. That was a beautiful plan, well put together. We can go look at it, see what was done, look at what the goals were, how it was methodically put together. Where is that type of plan? Where is that type of study for a project of this size? You know, I'm a project manager, and you don't move forward with budget without something to back it up. Conversations here or there, that's one thing, but where is it documented? Where can I go to the document that said, this meeting was held, these are the people who attended, this is what was said, this is what was done, this is what happened after the retreat. Where is the documentation? Because if it's documented, then you can always go back to it. And we need to pull up. We're getting too emotional and personal. It's not personal. It might be emotional to some. I can't say that. But we've got a job to do here in this community. And this commission is off to a great start of trying to restore the public's trust. But we cannot be held to what the previous commission was done if that is not the direction we believe we need to go in. So we cannot have our hands tied to that. I will go back to this. I'm a reasonable person. Now, I know that a police station, public safety campus has to be built somewhere. And nobody's saying anything about the police. When I call y'all, y'all come. I appreciate that. You're great at what you do. Chief DeLeo, you're doing a great job. I don't think anybody's saying anything personal about the whole entire police force. But every now and again, you encounter someone who may not have had that diversity and inclusion training. Okay? I'm the mother of 3 sons. And I tell my sons, yes, your mother is a city commissioner, but don't you go out there and encounter the police wrong. Right. Because mama can't help you if you do that wrong. So my thing is this. We cannot go down this road disjointed and in a hurry. We just went through a great discussion about the Tally 35, about renewable energy, all of those things, the things that we're requiring and we want, and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Are we going to do the same level of work for this major project? Now, I'm fine with a police station, a public safety campus being built. My only thing, and I've said this to the city manager, I've said to the deputy city manager, I just want more community engagement. That's all I want. I was elected by the people. So what I personally want is not of great value. What is of great value to me is what do we want, not just the South Side, What does the residents of Tallahassee want? Because it's going to take everybody's tax dollars to support this thing. And we need to have community engagement, broader community engagement. And if they're not coming to City Hall, we need to go to them. If they're not coming to the church where a meeting may be held, we need to go to them. And Lakey, I love you. Lakey Love, I love you. But I did attend the town hall meeting, or the meeting that was held at Bethel AME that Commissioner Proctor called. I also attended the meeting on the south side at Walker Ford, and that place was packed. And I will tell you, no one mentioned the public safety campus that night. The concerns there was more immediate concerns, water in the neighborhoods, problems here, problems there. So that's what they're concerned. That's what they were concerned about that night. It is time to go back with a targeted agenda about the public safety campus. However we get there, that's what I can support tonight. If we cannot get that, then I cannot support this item, because I want to hear from the broader community. That's what I need in order to be able to support this, because that's what I promised you when I said elect me. So that's what I need.
Commissioner Bryant.
I know I called for the question. Now I have a question to the city manager. And if you can't answer it tonight, that's fine. But what is the consequence of a delay of an affirmative vote on this issue?
Commissioner, I think you guys can do whatever you choose. We've been down, and I'm not trying to evade your question. There is no hard and fast dates. This discussion has happened over a long period of time. This particular contract was expected to be done some months ago. So we've been operating under that directive, that we move forward with the purchase of the land, we move forward with the securing of professional services necessary to construct the facility, to design the facility. We do have a little bit of a gap, because I think we've heard a lot of feedback tonight. I think we can continue to hear a lot of feedback. We can't take it to the next level until we have more ideas about how things can happen. That's going to take a designer to do. So I think we could have conversations, but I think until you have that designer on board, I don't think you take it to the next level. And I think that even includes if you don't end up with the land that we're negotiating for, it makes it difficult to find that next piece of land. So I think there's no hard and fast timelines, but it is a step in the process moving forward that I think you need to cross through that threshold if you want to keep moving.
So it sounds like, if I may continue, that if we go ahead with this study, with obtaining the architectural design person or company, that we are positioning ourselves to actually have a lead on doing the very things that are being discussed. Is that correct in terms of getting input? Even us as a board saying that these are the people and the groups we need you to talk to. I don't know if there are written reports. I think either Commissioner Williams-Cox or Matlow talked about, are there reports that we can review that basically say at the ABC meeting, Elaine was there, and what the context of those meetings were that we all maybe should discuss. But for the vote tonight, we're looking at, should we get a firm to actually help us to move forward and do the very things that we're talking about? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Matlow.
And I just disagree with that assessment, Mr. City Manager. I think city staff worked on entire neighborhood plan with bond. I think we are capable of deciding what we want in a facility before we commit $6.5 million to the design of that, because I don't think we know what we're building yet. I don't think we should be entering into any type of contract. And at $6.5 million, I'm sure any company would be happy to wait 2 months until we decide what we're building to get that contract. So I'm suggesting we table this decision. We call a town hall as directed at the retreat. Let's do it in February or March. Hear all the sides. Let people bring their proposals. If that's different site plans, if that's different options for that particular site, let's hear it all, and then come back in March or April and go ahead and approve an architect when we know what we're building and where we're building it.
Motion on the table is for staff recommendations. Been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mayor. Final comment?
Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify, just so you understand, we're not asking for an appropriation of 6.5 for the design. That's what's been allotted for the project this year. We'll negotiate that. It will be a function of what the total project is, but we want to make it clear that's not what you are authorizing us to do with this particular professional service.
I just can somebody.
Matlow.
Yeah, sorry. Can we clarify what we're building?
What you're building?
What are we designing? What are we building?
Well, in this case, the architect would give you ideas of what you could build. They would conduct processes to think about what you want to build. If it's simply a police headquarters, there's some standard parameters that they would follow, but we've talked pretty broadly. I think probably every time you hear us talk and every time we say something that, there are different ideas of what could be included. So they would help us kind of develop that thought process. I think where it is matters and what you might put there. I think the nature of the site may dictate some of that, the ingress, egress, the multimodal aspect of it. So they would actually help us. That's what we're anticipating, that the professional services would help us get to that point.
And Commissioner Matlow, it's my understanding, and I don't have a law enforcement background, but first and foremost, it will be a police headquarters that is large enough to hold the entire force for those necessary meetings when they're together. It will have the day-to-day operations of being able to run a Tallahassee Police Department the size we need for the city that we have. It will house the entire investigations unit. It will house the entire records unit, which is a huge space in itself because right now we are completely busting at the seams. It will house all the specialty departments within the Tallahassee Police Department, including our TAC team and all their equipment. It will have the facility there also for maintenance, or is maintenance going to stay with fleet? But for fuel, all the equipment. It is my understanding that there's a consideration of a state-of-the-art indoor practice range as well for law enforcement training in particular. I believe that it will also house the facility for our K-9 unit, and I know that I am probably forgetting a few of the specialty units, including the public information officer and all of the different departments. On top of that, we are also having the conversation about the community assets of it, the community rooms, I should say, performing arts space, I guess, is one of the ideas that are being floated, basketball courts outside. Now, you are correct. Do we have specifics outside of the law enforcement element? I mean, I'm sure, and Chief, I would encourage you please to schedule time with Commissioner Matlow to sit down and talk about the ins and outs of the specific law enforcement requirements that we are building into this state-of-the-art facility. And I would love that briefing once again, too, because I don't have a law enforcement background, so I completely understand. But you are absolutely correct.
And include me in on that because I've not had that briefing either.
And if I may, I read the spatial needs analysis that was provided. I understand the 180,000 square feet that we need and what I understand what the department's needs are.
Right.
But what I don't understand is that's separate from what the community's needs are.
Sure.
And if we're bundling together, that's how we get to $60 million. If we're just building a police headquarters, we could do something like Orlando in the $30 million range. So it's a large spread of money that we're talking about, and without sufficient community input, and I don't know what we're building because I don't know what the community wants, and that's why I'm saying let's just take one step, have one town hall, come up with some different proposals, and then make sure the design companies that we're hiring are ready to not just spec for that specific location, but other types of departments, other locations. Let's have that broader scope. And I don't think we can issue that now because the only directive we're ready to give them is to start designing at the South Monroe site.
Well, and I understand where you're coming from, and I respect your position. On the other hand, I do feel comfortable moving forward with the process, engaging the architectural firm, which also begins the process of sitting down in a more formal manner through our Community Affairs Department with our community partners to really put the meat on the bone. So, yeah, I get it. And so, vote your conscience and we'll go from there. We're about ready to go ahead and vote on the motion on the table?
Call the question, Mr. Mayor.
Motion on the table is for staff recommendation made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by the Mayor. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion, I'm sorry, I need clarification on the...
I'm not clear because I asked for a commitment of a town hall, and I know the city manager said yes, but I didn't hear that in the motion.
Okay. Motion fails for a lack of a majority. Is there another motion on the table, then?
I'd like to move that we table the hiring of the design firm for a couple months until we've had the opportunity to have a town hall and hear different input. The nature of this project, we need to do that sooner than later. I think we could have it in February, bring this back in March or April. I'm not trying to slow down the process by any means, but I want to be clear, we didn't do the process right. That's on the city of Tallahassee. We need to do things differently in the future about how we approach $50 million projects and what community engagement means. And that's the conversation I'm trying to have. It has nothing to do with the police department. It's about the future of this government, how we engage our citizens and how we bring them into the process. And if we start to approve projects and approve things that nobody really knows, let's just hit the reset button. I'm not opposed to anything anybody's really saying they want to put on this site. I don't think the people against it are. I think they just want to have the input, and we haven't done it right.
Commissioner Matlow, I need to get a second and come back for comment if we could. Motion on the table is to table consideration for this evening. Commissioner Matlow, you said for a couple of months. Do you want to do 2 months specifically? Do you have a time frame in place?
I'm sorry.
I'd say with ample time between a town hall and then it being called. So I think at minimum you would need 2 months.
You want one town hall meeting on this issue, or do you want? I'm unclear on your motion on the table, Commissioner Matlow.
Yes, I like a town hall, and I like the opportunity for other ideas to be brought to the commission's attention.
Okay. So motion on the table is to table consideration for this evening, host a town hall meeting, and bring and suspend action for at least 2 months. Okay? Is there a second to the motion on the table?
I'll second it for discussion.
All right. Let's have discussion. Commissioner Bryant.
I think it's going to be critical that we not delay or have the appearance of delay. And the only reason I'm not voting for it tonight is that we can get community input. I think we have community input, but obviously we don't have it all. So I think we should do that. I'm in agreement with you, but I think that there should be a designated time that says we should make it a priority. Let me put it like that. That in the next month, we should go ahead and have a community meeting, invite all the stakeholders and those who would like to attend. And from there, in the March meeting, we should come back to this table with an appropriate discussion for a vote.
Would you like to make a substitute motion?
Yes, sir, so moved.
I think that's essentially the same thing, I believe, right? Yeah, but that's clarification. Let's have the town hall in February, bring the vote in March on the design.
Mr. Mayor.
The Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having been here for 4 years and having been a part of this process, I know that this project has been vetted in the community. I don't know that in a month, I mean, you say you want to include people from all over the city. You're going to have one town hall. Where is that going to be held? What you're giving people the opportunity to do is pack the house with people who are against it, like they've done here today at this meeting. And I don't know what that gets us. And so how do we move forward? I think we're at a place where we can move forward with the architectural design. We can include the community on what they would want to see in this facility, given what it is we're trying to accomplish. I just hope that you all wouldn't dismiss all the work that has been done leading up to this. And we've gotten input from people that attended the retreat, people that attended this meeting today. But I can, and do we have minutes of a meeting? No, we don't have minutes of a meeting. Do we have a sign-in sheet? No, we don't have a sign-in sheet. In some instances, I think Bill has from some of the meetings and Christie. But I can tell you a lot has gone into gaining community support for this project. And I think we're at a point where we can move forward with a selection of the design professional. I don't know what another month gets us in terms of input from the community. Tallahassee is a big city. And if we're going to have one town hall, where is it going to be? Who are we going to invite? If you've got half the people that say yes, half the people that say no, where does that put us as a commission?
Well,
I'm ready to move forward.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem brings up a great point. We were talking about one town hall, but it sounds like he wants more than one. Yeah, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but sounds like we want more than one to be held, one on the south side, one on the north side, and get input from people in that way. And I'm in agreement with that.
Would you like to make a substitute motion, Commissioner Williams-Cox? The motion on the table right now is to suspend. Hey, folks, let's hold it together just a little bit. Motion on the table tonight, right now, is to suspend any action on this item until we host a town hall meeting in the month of February to come back in 2 months to ratify action. Okay? Commissioner Williams-Cox has the floor, and I'll come back to you, Commissioner Matlow. It's 9 o'clock. I think we could probably take a vote on this issue.
Yeah, but I got to live with it.
I know.
You
have the floor.
What I would like to recommend is that we hold 2 town hall meetings and come back in the month of February and to be named locations geographically south and north, and get that input and bring it back to the commission so that we can then move forward with the recommendation of staff.
Substitute motion on the table for 2 town hall meetings. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
And I just want one final clarification on the town hall. I'm not asking for a town hall to come out and decide who's for or against. We're asking for a town hall to have a conversation about what we want to build. We're going to build a police headquarters. That's going to happen. Do we just want to build that? Do we want community amenities? If we do, what do we want those amenities to be? If we want one or the other, what location do we want to have it? That's the type of feedback I'm requesting people to bring to a town hall. It won't be an event to protest or move forward in that way, but it's to actively engage and decide how we can build this the best way possible.
Information gathering.
Okay. Everybody clear on the motion on the table? All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nope.
Passes 3-2 with the pro tem and the mayor in opposition. Folks, that was a good, healthy debate. Appreciate all the input. Yeah. That was good.
Yeah. Either way, the people win, and that's what we want.
We are moving forward. We have, that is the end of general business. We are on unagendaed business speakers. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone in queue to speak?
I have 4 speakers, Mayor.
Okay, 4 speakers, let's run.
Will be Robert Brown.
Mr. Brown, thank you for waiting so long to address this body.
My pleasure. If I had known I was going to be up here so long, I probably wore me some boots.
Mr. Brown, can you give us just a second? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are still trying to conduct the public hearing. We can give everybody the respect they deserve. Mr. Brown, we'll restart your 3 minutes. Your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say that good evening to everybody.
Good evening.
And to you all. And my address is 1207 North Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. My name is Robert Brown, Jr., a.k.a. also known as Bulldog.
All right now.
Now, you'll see where I'm going with this in just a moment. Being a native of Tallahassee, Florida, at around the age of 10 or 11, I was nicknamed for my football prowess as a little boy by a bully by the name of Kiss Beard. And you'll see where I'm going with this. You know, just the other day we celebrated the birthday of a man who made many, many speeches, but there was one that stood out in my mind, and it was, I have a dream. I too have a dream as I stand before you all this evening. I have a dream of the way Frenchtown was 50 or 60 years ago, as I can recall as a little bitty boy running around barefooted. There were a lot of people there, and most of them had nicknames. That's why I said my nickname was Bulldog. Most of them had nicknames. The people that frequent that area, they had a nickname. They called them something else, but their government name was something else. Make a long story short, at the intersection of Macomb and Georgia Street, there is a statue of Freddie Lee, who was a policeman in our community. And my dream is this. I would like for the alarm to go out for all people that knew somebody that used to hang in Frenchtown or used to frequent Frenchtown to have bricks with their real name on them and also their nicknames. That will be a legacy of Frenchtown because it'll be no longer as we know it. It's gone. But at least around that statue, somebody would say, well, look, this guy named was Robert Brown, but they call him Bulldog. Look here, this boy named was Roy Beard, but they call him Kiss on a brick. And families of people in this area right now that knew people down in there, because a lot of people in that area, I'm sure they will support it. If you want to charge them $150, $200 for a brick to go around that, you can design it some kind of way. I don't know, but it's just a dream that I have. And you know what? I hope and I pray that you all make my dream a reality. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
God
Brown.
bless.
Thank you, Bulldog. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, good to see you tonight. Will you make sure you connect with Mr. Tedder right at the back door before you leave?
I certainly will. Thank you
Mr.
very
Brown.
much. Thank you all.
Next speaker is Curtis Baines.
Mr. Baines. It's good to see you. Thanks for waiting until 9 o'clock.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner. Curtis Baines, 1323 East Tennessee Street. I just wanted to help us to start turning the page, as you have mentioned in the past about some of the events that we've experienced recently. But I want to make sure that which page we're turning, whether we're turning a page in another chapter or whether we're turning a page in the same chapter. And I understand you discussed some of this at your retreat, and I apologize for being late, but business required my presence elsewhere. But I want to make sure that we start thinking in terms of a new chapter. There's recently a 44-count indictment. Many of those things have been adjudicated ethical in the past. I printed them out, but I didn't bring them here. But here's a letter. It's about a page and a half. It sounds like an attorney wrote it somewhere. About accusations that occurred 4 years ago now, 5 years ago, something like that. This is as much an ethical issue with the ethics board, which we can bring up at the appropriate time, but there are some issues that you need to deal with. For example, what is your policy with respect to one of your officers when they receive information or allegations that you or someone else has engaged in alleged illegal activity? What your staff did at the time is they apparently followed up on it as they should. No one ever heard about it. This is a letter written by I don't know who to I don't know who about I don't know what, but it outlines all these allegations and the work that was done to follow up on them. Now that puts your staff, your employees, in an awkward situation where they're in a position of trying to investigate their employers. That's not what they should be doing. And the reason they did it, I'm saying the reason they did it positively is they didn't know what to do, because you, the city commission, has not given them clear directions in terms of what your policy is with respect to information they receive about alleged illegal activities or unethical activities. Now, perhaps we can get that over to the ethics commission or the ethics board at some time, but you need to start thinking about what your policy is going to be about what they should be doing when they learn about these things in the future.
Yes, sir.
If it happens in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Erwin Jackson. After Dr. Jackson is Christique Henry, and that'll be our last speaker for the evening.
Dr. Jackson, thank you for staying with us
Thank
till
you very
9:10.
much. What I'm going to say now is most important. The other stuff this is critical. First of all, Curtis Richardson, you said no one, unless they have a warrant for their arrest, has ever been surveilled by the city commission or the city police. That is simply an untrue statement. A couple years ago, our attorney can pull out, I had a private investigator hired by the city who spied on me, my wife. Don't go me there. So what? No, because someone did is a point. Not this. It was me. And? You go ahead and you just told us that the city doesn't do that. The city did it. They spied on me, my family, my kids, my employees, and until I came in here and called out the commissioners, they were so embarrassed. I said, I'm going to sue you. Back then, I was easy to get along with. And they said, well, what if we just change an ordinance? And we'll put in writing, I'd like to have a copy of that ordinance, which says we will never do this again unless there is 4 out of 5 city commissioners who agree to go ahead and surveil an individual citizen. I wasn't under any kind of investigation. It was simply the city wanted to stop me from speaking. So you're wrong on that. Second thing, yes, I agree with this. There are bad apples. I've been talking about bad apples for 9 years. We have the Ethics Commission pointed out that Alan Katz was taking money when he was a city commissioner. We know now that Rick Fernandez, that I pointed out, was taking money when he was a city manager. We should never have paid him. We should have just fired him. We have John Marks. Ethics Commission went ahead and ruled against him and proved that he was getting paid $150,000 a year for 6 years when he gave a no-bid $52 million no-bid contract. We also found out that Andrew Gillum, 8 ethics commissioners voted for me, saying that what he did was unethical based on the evidence that was presented. So, Dustin Daniels, the aide to Andrew Gillum, on the same day, was found to have acted unethically. And you keep telling us that you don't see any clouds of corruption. Curtis, you've got, and Scott Maddox was sitting on one side of you, Andrew Gillum on the other, and you're oblivious.
No, I'm
and
not
I'm
oblivious.
sorry.
I'm a 62-year-old man.
No,
Mr.
okay.
Jackson.
I came
I'm
up here
not
for
oblivious.
8 years, and I told you what was going on, and you just gave me a bunch of static, and then hired an investigator to spy on me.
I didn't.
That's what happened. Thank you very much. I have 5 seconds. I'm going to file, as you know, I filed a appeal. An appeal. Okay. And now here, I want you to know, I brought the attorney's judge's ruling. The judge says the court finds that each individual commissioner's submission of his or her list of candidates was an individual act, not requiring to be in the public. Now, that's what your attorneys, that's what the judge said. But if you read the statute where you're going to be in trouble, it says, the statute, that all official acts of any commission must be in the public. They also said each aspect of the appointment process must be in the public. Now, where we're at, we had Alan Katz who came up with this stupid policy, 144. We need to get rid of 144, and we need to allow the citizens to vote for their city commissioners. And I thank you for the extra minute.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Speaker.
Christique Henry.
Ms. Henry, thank you for staying. We appreciate it. How are you?
Y'all are so good. Y'all are wonderful. Smile. I wasn't smiling a minute ago, but I'm smiling now. Well, first of all, let me just say this. I have been involved in neighborhood advocacy since 2009 with the Council of Neighborhood Associations. In that time frame, we've dealt with a number of issues. We dealt with the relocation of the biomass plant to Southside. We've dealt with the solid waste ordinance in dealing with the trash and the way that we deal with the receptacle disposal. We've dealt with the noise ordinance in cooperation with a broad base of neighborhood associations. And in those conversations, every time we sit down and we talk, the top issue in Southside in particular, but citywide as a whole, is public safety infrastructure in Southside. I respect and I admire the input of the youngest citizens, some of our collegiate citizens in our city, because of course they've not been engaged, because neighborhood folks are usually folks that have lived here all their lives. They usually work within their sphere of influence, which is mostly the neighborhoods, and a lot of them, particularly the ones that are chronically engaged, don't have a high percentage of renters in their neighborhood. So of course, we wouldn't have the collegiate input. So I welcome that. But I do want to be very clear that public safety infrastructure, particularly in Southside, and the opportunity that it presents, is a real, true factor. And it has come out, and it will continue to come out. In fact, most of the folks thought this was a done deal. So to hear the opposition tonight really is, I'm going to hear about it. But I do want to encourage you, and I want to encourage us, as we consider the breakdown, as we continue to break down walls and we continue to serve Tallahassee as a whole, that we make sure, very, 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 very sure, that even as we're moving forward, that we make all the conversations holistic. I heard the rent. I know how much it costs for somebody to get a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom in Southside right now. $700. I know. And it's rising. I get it. There's a holistic approach to that. I know what educational infrastructure is necessary in order to bring that community up. I know. I deal with it every day, but I also know that people don't want to move to Southside because of perceived lack of safety. So this goes beyond what we all may categorize as perceived fears, but that infrastructure will speak volumes to those citizens right now. So I want to encourage you as we go into these community meetings and we break down these silos to have at the topmost the respect of the input that has come before this conversation as we bridge the gap of the new conversation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I address Ms. Henry? I totally agree. But in order for us to not forget the previous conversations and information, we've got to be able to bring it forward and carry it over into this conversation. So I've asked about documentation or whatever is available so that we can share it, so we don't have to start from ground zero. Bring it forward so that we can include it. And also, I've been hearing about the 32304 zip code study, as you mentioned, the collegiate. I think that in our community, we're given a lot of misinformation, and that's why there's mistrust. So we're trying to get good information. The Leonard Wesson School was closed many years ago. I've been doing community advocacy a long time, too. We were told it sat on a sinkhole. That school does not sit on a sinkhole. Somebody told us that, fed us that, so that a new school could be built where they wanted it built. So the mistrust didn't just start. It's been going on. And the 32304 zip code, they say, which is the poorest zip code in Florida, I think is what they're saying, include those students from Florida State. And why would they be included in a study where they're going to be gone in 1 to 4 years, where we got poverty in the 32305, 32310, where these people can't get out But we're going to focus our attention. I'm not preaching to you. I'm just saying this is what we're dealing with. We're going to focus our attention on 32304 when it includes parts of Frenchtown and none of Southside. We've got to be very careful of the information and the data that is fed to us. We got to vet it and make sure it's right, understand the sources. So we need to bring that information forward that has been created and been collected, bring it forward to the conversation so that we have good information.
All right,
That's all.
I'm going to go straight into commissioner comments into the meeting. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you got anything else you want to add?
I think I said it enough.
All right. Commissioner Bryant.
No additional comments.
Excellent. Commissioner Matlow.
Thanks, everybody, for sticking around. There's more conversations to come.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I don't have anything either, folks. It's been a marathon meeting, but you know what? We had two issues that we need to dive in on. We had a great conversation, great learning lesson. You just vote your conscience, let the votes fall as they will, and we move from there.
Yeah.
Our next regularly scheduled meeting will be, remind me,
February 20th.
February 20th.
Yes,
But we
sir.
have the CRA tomorrow. Look forward to seeing everybody. We stand adjourned.
Bright and early. 9:30.